but the focus fell on Malta as the ideal place. Once the plan to create the university was established, the complex process to obtain a license and accreditation began in 2015. In September 2016, the license to operate AUM and accreditation of its degree programs were granted by the National Commission for Further and Higher Education. With the license in hand, the university undertook to hire the individuals needed to recruit students and to deliver the degree programs. In May 2016, work began on site at Dock 1. Historically, this dockyard used to service the ships of the Royal Navy. Those pieces in place, AUM welcomed its first cohort of students and began operations in the fall of 2017. For more than 5,000 years, the Grand Harbor of Malta has been a crossroad of civilizations. Today, AUM is a crossroads of ideas and innovative thinking, providing the wisdom of the past to those who will explore the expanding opportunities of the present. It stands today as a state-of-the-art university campus that includes ultra-modern features while recalling the history of its location and the courage of a
So
people
how about
who
questions?
held the
What questions would you
island
like me to
against
ask
the might of
David?
the
Because
Axis
basically all I need is that David is a little bit
Today,
quiet at the
the
beginning
AUM
so that I
offers
introduce it,
multiple
say
undergraduate degrees in
welcome back
business,
to everyone after the
computer
break that
science,
we've had,
gaming,
special
and
edition. I
engineering.
mentioned the
We are
sponsors.
well on our
Please
way to
open
offering 11 undergraduate
Esports
degree
page
programs
of AUM,
and 2
AUM
master's
Esports.
degrees, and many more
AUM
will follow.
Esports.
Yeah.
What you are seeing today is only the beginning of this ambitious venture. Our graduates will possess an entrepreneurial spirit, a global view, and bring an ethical perspective to the use and development of new technological futures.
I think that video games is like an integral part of a lot of people's lives nowadays. I mean, there's no running away from it. Everyone plays games. All kids today, these digital natives, they grow up and it's a part of their life. So why fight it? It's just about taking it on board and seeing how we can do this responsibly. Something that would maybe even benefit the kids, they can learn from it.
One of my biggest personal challenges is actually convincing skeptics that esports is actually a real sport. It's tough to do, and I get it. It's hard to understand that a video game, because most of us grew up with video games just being hobbies. It's hard to understand that video games could be a profession and could be a sport. But like everything else, once you start to educate them and explain to them what it takes to be a pro athlete in esports, what it takes to reach certain careers in esports, or simply what careers you can get in esports. Once you explain these things to them, you'll be surprised how quickly they come around.
Why should we get our kids into esports? It's kind of like, why does anyone get anyone's kids into sports? It's engaging, it's something which grips you. I mean, video games are collaborative. There's a lot of critical thinking in games. There's a lot of quick thinking in games. Fast reflexes. There's the fine motor skills that we're looking at. These are things that I don't think people appreciate because, let's say, the general consensus is that games are there as a hobby, as a pastime, it's just to do something when you're not doing anything else.
When you look at it from the outside, it looks quite simple till you understand it's not just clicking heads. The reality of it is that going pro means a lot of dedication, repetition, training. It's just like any other traditional sport. You have to give it your all, you have to give it all your time, all your dedication, you have to be disciplined, and you have to be ready to go through quite a lot, because it's not as simple as people think. It's not just playing games at home.
Even if somebody, let's say, gets into esports, do they have to become an athlete? This is kind of like what we do with our kids when we send them to soccer practice or when we send them to basketball or something like that. I mean, yes, it would be a dream that he could become the next Messi, the next Pele or something. But I don't think that's really why I send them to sports. And I don't think that is either why we should send somebody into esports. There's a lot that somebody can learn from this. There's critical thinking, there's problem solving skills, which brings us to what everyone's on about, these jobs of the future. I mean, I think we're all aware that the video game industry is one of the largest, if not the largest entertainment industry on the planet. And so there's definitely potential, there's definitely business, there's definitely career paths that somebody can take. And this is what I think video games can provide.
It's actually a pretty easy question to answer. The whole, why are you watching other people play video games? It's boring. It's the same reason you would go to the ground or put on the TV to watch a football game. You're watching people who are professionals, they're better than you, they have a higher skill level than you, so you're going to see them do things you're not capable of doing. That alone is entertaining enough. But when it comes to streaming, it's also a bit different, because the viewers develop a relationship with the streamer, the same way you would develop a relationship when you're watching a TV series and you tend to like an actor more than another, because maybe you can relate to them, and you could also like interact with people who you look up to. So it's not just simply watching people play video games, it's watching people who are better than you, watching professionals, and at the same time it's a full package. You're getting entertained by these people.
let's say what we found when we started was a very toxic community. It's a little bit of like a cowboy kind of attitude that these kids were let free doing whatever they wanted. I think what we always wanted at Level Academy was to sort of, let's say, nurture a community. So we listened to the kids, we observed a little bit, you know, we saw where they're coming from. And I think we dealt with things on a little bit more of a personal level than I think anything was ever dealt with us. I don't think anybody ever gave me the attention or told me what I should do when I lose and I rage and this and that. And nobody, if I got angry, then somebody would get angry at me. You know, nobody ever talked to me or sat me down and say, listen, that's not the way. You know, so we show them the doors, we get them to see it themselves, we talk them through it. And I think we've seen a massive difference in the community that we found when we started to the community that we have today. It's something that we're definitely proud of.
I think the future of esports in general is looking very promising, but my personal opinion is this is just the tip of the iceberg. As in, we have amazing teams, we have really big organizations, and esports went global in general, but I just can't wait for the day when the younger generations are brought up in an environment where they tackle esports in a more professional or a more traditional sports manner, when there's a different type of discipline and mindset put into it. Once it's approached this way on a global scale, I think esports will be taken to a whole new level.
I think what's maybe not that obvious is that our goal to educate reaches way beyond what we do over here in the training rooms and the classrooms, what we do through our online courses. It reaches out much further than that to other stakeholders as well. So we're talking about the parents of these kids, to keep it a bit more direct. We want to show schools the potential for education. It's about lobbying with governments as well, to show them the potential and to educate them on the investment opportunities, the career opportunities that there are within esports. In Malta, I think we've got a bit of a proven track record with regards to keeping our finger on the pulse and try to pinpoint and identify what the next big thing is going to be. I think we've seen that with gaming, we've seen that in other industries as well, and I think that esports is no different. And I think as an esports academy, we feel really, really lucky that we don't only have the opportunities to do what we want to do and what we have the passion to do, but we also have the support we need to succeed in what we want to do.
focus fell on Malta as the ideal place. Once the plan to create the university was established, the complex process to obtain a license and accreditation began in 2015. In September 2016, the license to operate AUM and accreditation of its degree programs were granted by the National Commission for Further and Higher Education. With the license in hand, the university undertook to hire the individuals needed to recruit students and to deliver the degree programs. In May 2016, work began on site at Dock 1. Historically, this dockyard used to service the ships of the Royal Navy. Those pieces in place, AUM welcomed its first cohort of students and began operations in the fall of 2017. For more than 5,000 years, the Grand Harbor of Malta has been a crossroad of civilizations. Today, AUM is a crossroads of ideas and innovative thinking, providing the wisdom of the past to those who will explore the expanding opportunities of the present. It stands today as a state-of-the-art university campus that includes ultra-modern features while recalling the history of its location and the courage of a people who held the island against the might of the Axis powers. Today, the AUM offers multiple undergraduate degrees in business, computer science, gaming, and engineering. We are well on our way to offering 11 undergraduate degree programs and 2 master's degrees, and many more will follow. What you are seeing today is only the beginning of this ambitious venture. Our graduates will possess an entrepreneurial spirit, a global view, and bring an ethical perspective to the use and development of new technological futures.
I think that video games is like an integral part of a lot of people's lives nowadays. I mean, there's no running away from it. Everyone plays games. All kids today, these digital natives, they grow up and it's a part of their life. So why fight it? It's just about taking it on board and seeing how we can do this responsibly. Something that would maybe even benefit the kids, they can learn from it.
One of my biggest personal challenges is actually convincing skeptics that esports is actually a real sport. It's tough to do, and I get it. It's hard to understand that a video game, because most of us grew up with video games just being hobbies. It's hard to understand that video games could be a profession and could be a sport. But like everything else, once you start to educate them and explain to them what it takes to be a pro athlete in esports, what it takes to reach certain careers in esports, or simply what careers you can get in esports, once you explain these things to them, you'll be surprised how quickly they come around.
Why should we get our kids into esports? It's kind of like, why does anyone get anyone's kids into sports? It's engaging, it's something which grips you. I mean, video games are collaborative. There's a lot of critical thinking in games. There's a lot of quick thinking in games. Fast reflexes. There's the fine motor skills that we're looking at. These are things that I don't think people appreciate because, let's say, general consensus is that games are there as a hobby, as a pastime, it's just to do something when you're not doing anything else.
When you look at it from the outside, it looks quite simple till you understand it's not just clicking heads. The reality of it is that going pro means a lot of dedication, repetition, training. It's just like any other traditional sport. You have to give it your all, you have to give it all your time, all your dedication, you have to be disciplined, and you have to be ready to go through quite a lot, because it's not as simple as people think. It's not just playing games at home.
Even if somebody, let's say, gets into esports, do they have to become an athlete? This is kind of like what we do with our kids when we send them to soccer practice or when we send them to basketball or something like that. I mean, yes, it would be a dream that he could become the next Messi, the next Pele or something. But I don't think that's really why I send them to sports. And I don't think that is either why we should send somebody into esports. There's a lot that somebody can learn from this. There's critical thinking, there's problem solving skills. which brings us to what everyone's on about, these jobs of the future. I mean, I think we're all aware that the video game industry is one of the largest, if not the largest entertainment industry on the planet. And so there's definitely potential, there's definitely business, there's definitely career paths that somebody can take. And this is what I think video games can provide.
It's actually a pretty easy question to answer. The whole, why are you watching other people play video games? It's boring. It's the same reason you would go to the ground or put on the TV to watch a football game. You're watching people who are professionals, they're better than you, they have a higher skill level than you, so you're going to see them do things you're not capable of doing. That alone is entertaining enough. But when it comes to streaming, it's also a bit different because the viewers develop a relationship with the streamer, the same way you would develop a relationship when you're watching a TV series and you tend to like an actor more than another because maybe you can relate to them, and you could also like interact with people who you look up to. So it's not just simply watching people play video games, it's watching people who are better than you, watching professionals, and at the same time it's a full package. You're getting entertained by these people.
Let's say what we found when we started was a very toxic community. It's a little bit of like a cowboy kind of attitude that these kids were let free doing whatever they wanted. I think what we always wanted at Level Academy was to sort of, let's say, nurture a community. So we listened to the kids, we observed a little bit, we saw where they're coming from. And I think we dealt with things on a little bit more of a personal level than I think anything was ever dealt with us. I don't think anybody ever gave me the attention or told me what I should do when I lose and I rage and this and that. And nobody, if I got angry, then somebody would get angry at me. Nobody ever talked to me or sat me down and say, listen, that's not the way. So we show them the doors, we get them to see it themselves, we talk them through it. And I think we've seen a massive difference in the community that we found when we started to the community that we have today. It's something that we're definitely proud of.
I think the future of esports in general is looking very promising, but my personal opinion is this is just the tip of the iceberg. As in, we have amazing teams, we have really big organizations, and esports went global in general, but I just can't wait for the day when the younger generations are brought up in an environment where they tackle esports in a more professional or a more traditional sports manner, when there's a different type of discipline and mindset put into it. Once it's approached this way on a global scale, I think esports will be taken to a whole new level.
I think what's maybe not that obvious is that our goal to educate reaches way beyond what we do over here in the training rooms and the classrooms, what we do through our online courses. It reaches out much further than that to other stakeholders as well. So we're talking about the parents of these kids, to keep it a bit more direct. We want to show schools the potential for education. It's about lobbying with governments as well to show them the potential and to educate them on the investment opportunities, the career opportunities that there are within esports. In Malta, I think we've got a bit of a proven track record with regards to keeping our finger on the pulse and try to pinpoint and identify what the next big thing is going to be. I think we've seen that with gaming, we've seen that in other industries as well, and I think that esports is no different. And I think as an esports academy, we feel really, really lucky that we don't only have the opportunities to do what we want to do and what we have the passion to do, but we also have the support we need to succeed in what we want to do.
but the focus fell on Malta as the ideal place. Once the plan to create the university was established, the complex process to obtain a license and accreditation began in 2015. In September 2016, the license to operate AUM and accreditation of its degree programs were granted by the National Commission for Further and Higher Education. With the license in hand, the university undertook to hire the individuals needed to recruit students and to deliver the degree programs. In May 2016, work began on site at Dock 1. Historically, this dockyard used to service the ships of the Royal Navy. Those pieces in place, AUM welcomed its first cohort of students and began operations in the fall of 2017. For more than 5,000 years, the Grand Harbor of Malta has been a crossroad of civilizations. Today, AUM is a crossroads of ideas and innovative thinking, providing the wisdom of the past to those who will explore the expanding opportunities of the present. It stands today as a state-of-the-art university campus that includes ultra-modern features while recalling the history of its location and the courage of a people who held the island against the might of the Axis powers. Today, the AUM offers multiple undergraduate degrees in business, computer science, gaming, and engineering. We are well on our way to offering 11 undergraduate degree programs and 2 master's degrees, and many more will follow. What you are seeing today is only the beginning of this ambitious venture. Our graduates will possess an entrepreneurial spirit, a global view, and bring an ethical perspective to the use and development of new technological futures.
I think that video games is like an integral part of a lot of people's lives nowadays. I mean, there's no running away from it. Everyone plays games. All kids today, these digital natives, you know, they grow up and it's a part of their life. So why fight it? It's just about taking it on board and seeing how we can do this responsibly. Something that would maybe even benefit the kids, you know, they can learn from it.
One of my biggest personal challenges is actually convincing skeptics that esports is actually a real sport. It's tough to do, and I get it. It's hard to understand that a video game, because most of us grew up with video games just being hobbies. It's hard to understand that video games could be a profession and could be a sport. But like everything else, once you start to educate them and explain to them what it takes to be a pro athlete in esports, what it takes to reach certain careers in esports, or simply what careers you can get in esports, once you explain these things to them, you'll be surprised how quickly they come around.
Why should we get our kids into esports? It's kind of like, why does anyone get anyone's kids into sports? It's engaging, you know, it's something which grips you. I mean, video games are collaborative. There's a lot of critical thinking in games. There's a lot of quick thinking in games. Fast reflexes. There's the fine motor skills that we're looking at. These are things that I don't think people appreciate because, let's say, the general consensus is that games are there as a hobby, as a pastime, you know, it's just to do something when you're not doing anything else.
When you look at it from the outside, it looks quite simple till you understand it's not just clicking heads. The reality of it is that going pro means a lot of dedication, repetition, training. It's just like any other traditional sport. You have to give it your all, you have to give it all your time, all your dedication, you have to be disciplined, and you have to be ready to go through quite a lot, because it's not as simple as people think. It's not just playing games at home.
Even if somebody, let's say, gets into esports, do they have to become an athlete? This is kind of like what we do with our kids when we send them to soccer practice or when we send them to basketball or something like that. I mean, yes, it would be a dream that he could become the next Messi, you know, the next Pele or something. But I don't think that's really why I send them to sports. And I don't think that is either why we should send somebody into esports. There's a lot that somebody can learn from this. There's critical thinking, there's problem solving skills. which brings us to what everyone's on about, these jobs of the future. I mean, I think we're all aware that the video game industry is one of the largest, if not the largest entertainment industry on the planet. And so there's definitely potential, there's definitely business, there's definitely career paths that somebody can take. And this is what I think video games can provide.
It's actually a pretty easy question to answer. The whole, why are you watching other people play video games? It's boring. It's the same reason you would go to the ground or put on the TV to watch a football game. You're watching people who are professionals, they're better than you, they have a higher skill level than you, so you're going to see them do things you're not capable of doing. That alone is entertaining enough. But when it comes to streaming, it's also a bit different because the viewers develop a relationship with the streamer, the same way you would develop a relationship when you're watching a TV series and you tend to like an actor more than another because maybe you can relate to them, and you could also like interact with people who you look up to. So it's not just simply watching people play video games, it's watching people who are better than you, watching professionals, and at the same time it's a full package. You're getting entertained by these people.
Let's say what we found when we started was a very toxic community. It's a little bit of like a cowboy kind of attitude that these kids were let free doing whatever they wanted. I think what we always wanted at Level Academy was to sort of, let's say, nurture a community. So we listened to the kids, we observed a little bit, we saw where they're coming from. And I think we dealt with things on a little bit more of a personal level than I think anything was ever dealt with us. I don't think anybody ever gave me the attention or told me what I should do when I lose and I rage and this and that. And nobody, if I got angry, then somebody would get angry at me. Nobody ever talked to me or sat me down and say, listen, that's not the way. So we show them the doors, we get them to see it themselves, we talk them through it. And I think we've seen a massive difference in the community that we found when we started to the community that we have today. It's something that we're definitely proud of.
I think the future of esports in general is looking very promising, but my personal opinion is this is just the tip of the iceberg. As in, we have amazing teams, we have really big organizations, and esports went global in general, but I just can't wait for the day when the younger generations are brought up in an environment where they tackle esports in a more professional or a more traditional sports manner, when there's a different type of discipline and mindset put into it. Once it's approached this way on a global scale, I think esports will be taken to a whole new level.
I think what's maybe not that obvious is that our goal to educate reaches way beyond what we do over here in the training rooms and the classrooms, what we do through our online courses. It reaches out much further than that to other stakeholders as well. So we're talking about the parents of these kids, to keep it a bit more direct. We want to show schools the potential for education. It's about lobbying with governments as well to show them the potential and to educate them on the investment opportunities, the career opportunities that there are within esports. In Malta, I think we've got a bit of a proven track record with regards to keeping our finger on the pulse and try to pinpoint and identify what the next big thing is going to be. I think we've seen that with gaming, we've seen that in other industries as well, and I think that esports is no different. And I think as an esports academy, we feel really, really lucky that we don't only have the opportunities to do what we want to do and what we have the passion to do, but we also have the support we need to succeed in what we want to do.
All right. Hello, everyone, and good evening. Welcome back to the Level Academy Summer Series. It's been a while since we've been at this, a couple of weeks at least, but we are back with a bang. We've got something special lined up for you today. We're here with our friends from the American University of Malta, all right, who are presenting this special edition of the Level Academy Summer Series of Fortnite Solos. There's a lot of firsts for this week. In fact, one of the things is that we have brought with us over here 7 very talented players. These are 7 players that constantly feature in the top 10 of the tournament across the weeks. With us, we've got Fusion, we've got KM, we've got Zabi, we've got Astro, we've got Anubis, we've got Chad down there, and we've got Zenaps over there too. You guys want to give us a quick hello? Quick hi, guys. Quick hi. Hello. Look over here, guys. Quick hi. All right. All right. So that's the first thing. Another thing is that we are also trialing a brand new client that we'll be using in order to add to basically enhance the user experience for our players. This is something which, let's say, there were cheating issues involved, teaming issues, and thanks to the help of a very talented young gentleman goes by the name of Irezia. I just want to give a big shout out to him. The guy's a little boy genius, basically, 16 years old, but talented like I've never seen him. He's managed to code I don't even know what to call it, to be honest with you. But he's done something wonderful for us in a way to avoid any leaking of any codes or anything like that. Sorry for the mask, but over here, obviously, in Malta, we're doing some social distancing and making sure that we stay safe during this pandemic that we've got going on at the moment. All right, so on to today. So today we'll be doing 3 rounds, 3 rounds where the points will stack. If you put a exclamation mark rules in the chat box over here, you'll be able to bring up the rules and see exactly what the scoring system is in over there. Besides that, so yes, we've got 3 rounds, custom game. The game mode is going to be Arena Solos. And yeah, so whoever is going to come out at the top of this will be going home with 125 euros. Second place gets 50 euros, and then the third place will get 25 euros. But all participants are eligible for a chance at getting that AUM scholarship. And on the topic of the AUM scholarship, we've got a special guest with us over here today. It's Dave O'Shaughnessy. Sorry if I'm not mispronouncing that, Dave.
Yeah, no worries, Kev.
Really sorry. So yeah, it's Dave O'Shaughnessy with us over here from the AUM. Dave, before we get started with the tournament, can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do at AUM?
Yeah,
What's
of course.
this all about?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I want you, Kefint, all right? My name is Dave O'Shaughnessy, and I'm the head of student affairs here at the American University of Malta. My role, guys, is to advise, coach, and mentor all the students we have here on site. And I'm very, very happy to be a guest here this evening. So feel free to ask me any questions, okay?
All right, cool. Okay, so actually, I do have a few questions lined up for you. So can we just start off with this esports scholarship? What exactly is the esports scholarship?
Okay, good question, Kev. Right. Well, we are in the university, the American University of Malta. We are creating the first AUM Nights esports team here in Malta. Okay. And we're implementing it obviously here by the American University of Malta. We're offering opportunities, in a nutshell, we're offering opportunities to students who want to pursue a career in the field. Okay.
All right, cool. So okay, when you talk about the students, who can actually benefit from this scholarship? Who are the ones that can actually?
Right, the esports scholarship requirements are, in a nutshell, those who have completed their high school education and entitled to enter a university, or graduates of a university, and who want to pursue a master's degree can benefit from our esports scholarship.
Okay, so you've got undergraduate and graduate programs. Am I right to say that?
Yes.
Okay, and so who should apply? I mean, so what kind of directions could these applicants take?
They can take many fields here, from business to engineering to IT to cyber crime, for instance. So we have a whole bunch of undergraduate courses, and we have MBA courses as well here at the university. Okay.
All right. So just to clarify, they're not actually studying specific esports things, but they're studying other areas such as accounting, business and finance, and graphic design, animation, everything, obviously, which then can be applied.
Yeah, we're looking at skill set here, right? They can help with, say, a gamer, right? Can help the person to have a professional qualification, which is recognized in the United States as well. So if
All right.
students, for instance, wanted to pursue their esports career in the States, they have a university qualification that's approved in the United States as well. Okay.
All right, excellent. Okay, and so, okay, from what I understand, the scholarship, obviously, there's some perks to having a scholarship. So, when it comes to the scholarship, what does the scholarship cover, and how long is the scholarship valid for?
It's valid for 4 years, Kevin. Okay.
All right. Okay, so it covers quite a long duration of a large chunk of the course. I would say even, let's say, the majority of it, right?
Correct. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Right. We cover all the tuition fees. Okay.
Okay, and how does somebody apply for this?
Well, um.edu.mt/esports.
Okay, can you repeat that? Because I just think you blocked up for just 1 second. Repeat that, please. Sorry.
And actually, Kevin, if you don't mind, I'm going to be a bit retro here, guys. I actually have a little sign here, if everyone could see that.
Yes, we can. So it's www.aum.edu.mt/esports, right?
Correct.
All right, and I will be throwing that into the Twitch chat a little bit later as soon as we get off. And yes, I have to agree with Taikai, who's just posted over here. Yes, it is an amazing opportunity, and I'm really happy to see these things happen as well. I mean, it's a major step forward. I mean, for any esports fans or gamers and everything, and I can see it.
It's the first time in Malta, Kevin, I suppose, if you think about it, right, where we have the most wonderful facility here, guys. I don't know if you can see behind me here, but this is actually the HQ, the Center of Operations here at the American University for the Esports Initiative. It's kind of over my shoulder here, and we have some really, really good tech here. But we also have a wonderful environment, guys, in terms of the building itself, the facilities. So please come on down, and glad to give you a tour of the area as well. Okay.
Oh, nice. And I just see that somebody has just posted that somebody actually managed to get the scholarship this morning in
Wonderful.
chat. So it sounds like things are moving. That's awesome. This is cool. So yeah, Dave, what can I say? I mean, thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you for the information. Is there anything else that you'd like to say, that you'd like to get out there before we get on with the games today?
Well, I think actually what we're talking about here is we're building the team, the first team, right? We already have 15 students, guys. We're forming the core of our team here, okay? And we want to be the best esports team in Europe. And we have the resources, capacity, and capabilities to deliver. So we're looking forward to seeing you all in the not too distant future.
That's awesome. I'm really looking forward to see exactly what can happen and what we can do over here together.
Well, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Pleasure. Hope to be in touch very, very soon.
Evening, okay?
All right, guys. So from here, we are just going to take a very, very short break while we get in touch with our caster, a very, very special guest from Sweden, whose name is Martin Creek. So we're just going to hook things up with him, get in touch with them. In the meantime, I'd like you guys have a little bit of a look at what AUM has on offer as well. So yeah, we will be in touch shortly, guys. Back in about 5 minutes.
the focus fell on Malta as the ideal place. Once the plan to create the university was established, the complex process to obtain a license and accreditation began in 2015. In September 2016, the license to operate AUM and accreditation of its degree programs were granted by the National Commission for Further and Higher Education. With the license in hand, the university undertook to hire the individuals needed to recruit students and to deliver the degree programs. In May 2016, work began on site at Dock 1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. All right, so over here with us, we've got Martin Creek, all the way from Sweden, right, Martin? How is everything
That's
over
right.
there?
Oh, everything's good over here. We just had a big heat wave going on. Just got saved by the rain like yesterday. So I went from about like 30 Celsius here in my office and down to like 20 or something. So right now it's pretty good, but it's been a tough couple of days.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Oh, we're used to that over here. That's kind of like standard for us over here. So yeah. All right. So Martin, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Tell us. So, what do you do? What do you do for a living? And what are you doing here with us today?
Oh man, so well, let's start out what I do for a living then. I guess I'm a content creator, and I also cast events. Not as many now due to COVID. I used to travel around a lot on different events like DreamHack. I did Katowice once, and travel around a little bit here and there to cast events such as lately it's been World of Warcraft. I've done Fortnite in the past, Katowice Royale, which was in Poland. So that was really cool.
Wow.
And I've done some online Fortnite as well. And recently, I also did some Valorant when the game actually released. But yeah, due to COVID, we had to do that online as well. Yeah, I used to be a content creator for Method. Now I pretty much freelance and yeah, work with a little bit of projects here and there. But I've been in esports for 7-8 years or something combined. So
Awesome.
yes,
Awesome.
so I've done a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Cool. All right. So, I mean, like right now, we've got quite a few people watching from Malta. And let's just say that esports now, the ecosystem is actually heating up. There's a lot of things happening over here, like sort of what you saw a little bit before. There's us, Level Academy. We opened up the first esports academy over here back in January, where we started off with an awareness raising kind of sort of campaign, you know, making sure that kids start knowing a little bit about esports, looking at video games more from a professional, let's say an athletic viewpoint and everything. So things are starting off, and we got quite a few people that are interested in getting into the industry, getting into the business. So be a content creator, commentating, casting, streaming, or whatever. How did you get into this, and what kind of advice could you give these kids?
I think as for many people, like I was young when I started off, and it was like I grew up with video games, right? And I think it always starts out as a hobby for everyone, and then you kind of notice the competitive spirit within you, and you want to pursue and become as good as possible, and that's where you sort of take the next step, I suppose, to pursue something. And back then, about 10 years ago or something, when esports started kicking off, there wasn't really a lot of, like, you know, good teams, or well, there were good teams, but not like, it wasn't on this broad, it wasn't as wide as it is today. Today you have so many huge names, you have Twitch to watch a lot of good players. Back then we knew about Counter-Strike, right? Like especially in Sweden, we knew about the teams, you know, Heaton, like Ninjas in Pyjamas, etc.
That's it.
But nowadays you have so many titles, you have so many like huge streamers, and people looking up to them as well and want to become as good, if not better. So there's this fire that has been going like growing more and more and more, and which is just awesome to see, because when I was younger, I didn't think it would grow as much as it has now, right? Like back then we had like no prize pools basically. If you won like a mouse or a mouse pad, that was that was the best. That was like the best day ever. Nowadays you have these huge prize pools, and even the game developers pushing esports as well. So any advice would just be like, if you feel like this competitive fire within you, just keep pushing, keep a good mental health is super important, right? And so is physical health, like exercise, eat good, maybe get like a mental coach or a coach overall that will help you develop. What you guys are doing over there in Malta is it's awesome. And I heard the interview as well that you just had. It's really inspiring and really cool to see. So what you guys are doing is awesome, and pushing these kids like in the right direction and give them the support they need. I think that's really, really important. Take care of yourself.
Excellent.
And keep pushing with the fight, with the competitive spirit, and you'll get there. Don't let anything put you down.
Fantastic. All right, that's great. So I think we are just about getting ready to start over here. We're going to switch over a little bit. I think we're just going to run a very, very quick ad. Is that right, Edward? Yep. All right, so we're just going to run a quick ad, okay, while we set up the game and everything like that, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes with the beginning of the first round. I'd just like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors over here. So Gaming Malta, all right, home of gaming excellence, for all the support that they've given us. Razer and NewTek, the distributors of Razer over here. And then obviously major shout out over here to AUM, the American University of Malta, with this awesome initiative with the esports scholarships. Really looking forward to see what's going to happen with this in the very near future. All right, so we'll just be off for a couple of minutes and for a quick ad break while we set up everything from our sides. And we will be back in a minute with Martin analyzing plays as we go through the first round of the tournament. So be back with you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon.
focus fell on Malta as the ideal place. Once the plan to create the university was established, the complex process to obtain a license and accreditation began in 2015. In September 2016, the license to operate AUM and accreditation of its degree programs were granted by the National Commission for Further and Higher Education. With the license in hand, the university undertook to hire the individuals needed to recruit students and to deliver the degree programs. In May 2016, work began on site at Dock 1. Historically, this dockyard used to service the ships of the Royal Navy. Those pieces in place, AUM welcomed its first cohort of students and began operations in the fall of 2017. For more than 5,000 years, the Grand Harbor of Malta has been a crossroad of civilizations. Today, AUM is a crossroads of ideas and innovative thinking, providing the wisdom of the past to those who will explore the expanding opportunities of the present. It stands today as a state-of-the-art university campus that includes ultra-modern features while recalling the history of its location and the courage of a people who held the island against the might of the Axis powers. Today, the AUM offers multiple undergraduate degrees in business, computer science, gaming, and engineering. We are well on our way to offering 11 undergraduate degree programs and 2 master's degrees, and many more will follow. What you are seeing today is only the beginning of this ambitious venture. Our graduates will possess an entrepreneurial spirit, a global view, and bring an ethical perspective to the use and development of new technological futures.
Okay, welcome guys. American University of Malta presents Level Academy Summer Series featuring Fortnite. It looks like we're about to jump into the game here in just a second. There we go, we have the loading screen. And let's get right into it. I'm Martin Creek, I'm really excited to be here and get the opportunity to cast one of these games. As we see, the lobby is slowly filling up here.
And it looks like we have, if you see in the top right corner there, we do have the battle bus going on the lower section of the map, which means that anyone, which is a lot of people actually, not just anyone, but a lot of people going for the top part of the map will have to travel a little bit longer, giving the players on the southern side some more time to loot. Then it all comes down to wherever the circle is. Let's say if the circle is in the bottom side, it's gonna be a rough game for anyone in the upper section of the map. If the circle is on the top side of the map, however, it's not gonna be much of an issue for the players on top, although they would have lost that time from traveling. The bus is in. Looks like we only have 59 people in the lobby though. We are currently spectating. Can't quite see his name here, but it does appear that he's going. Okay, wait, he's already being shot. That's interesting. No, okay, so that was not shot. That was actually from the glider right there. He is going to be contested, however. He's at the Fortilla. Looks like he's been contested by one player. Usually this is not an issue though, as you can share this area with multiple people. Another person here over Misty Meadows. Looks like he was going for the mansion up there, but decided to take his own little route here to his own house and dip away. Not a lot of loot over there. Another drop here in Catty Corner. In the bottom left you see CH Freak has already taken someone down. Wait, what was that? Was that just a kill? Did he just manage to get a kill that early? We have 57 people in the lobby, so that means that we actually have 2 people down already from the contests. One drop here in Sharky, a little bit of a risky area, dropping this far out. Only able to get a pistol to start off with, but dropping this far out, it probably means that he knows that he's alone over here, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We see Chad, which is one of our top players here, eliminating, I believe it was Goku right there? Not quite sure. In Caddy, we do have, oh, look at that loadout. Already has the nade launcher, which is really good to have end game. A lot of players want to get the hand on that item as well as the grappler. Those are some very, very nice items to get your hands on this early. I think we can deal with the henchman here real quick. Oh, and Jules goes down. That means that we get the grappler here as well, as we just talked about. The drum gun as well, but I'm not quite sure if that's in the meta yet, or still rather. However, the authority seems to be claimed here by only one player. Otherwise, Jules wouldn't have gone down that fast. This is sort of a scary area to claim, as a lot of people want to get their hand on that grappler. As you can see here in this inventory. Oh wait, we already have a little skirmish going on here in Caddy. So that must have been a person who dropped down on the mansion above and now going down. The loadout here is looking really good, however. I'm not quite sure if you want to challenge this. And there we have the pads used to your advantage to try to get into your opponent's box. But ultimately the nade launcher gets the high ground. And who was that? Who went down? Well, actually, I can't see the name, but that was a beautiful play right there. He did have a lot of armor already, but decided to go for the kill real early. He also has a launch pad now that he can use to his disposal to simply rotate out of there when he feels ready. A lot of shields in these players' inventory right now. Only 50 people left in the lobby, which means that all of these players have a lot of time on their hands to rotate with what shouldn't be a big issue of zone holding. However, the point system awards you for placement, and it's actually quite resourceful, just staying alive here. So as long as you get top 50, well, top 75 actually is 1 point. So that means that everyone's basically already gathered 1 point. And if you make it from the 40th to the 50th, that's 2 points. And then it racks up by 1 point from 31st to 40th, 26th to 30th, and then down from 25th to 20th. It's 5 points, And it just goes up slowly like that up until the top 5, where we start seeing the big points, which is fourth and fifth gets 9 points, third gets 10 points, and second place gets 11. And then with the Royale at the end there with 14 points. Eliminations, however, will yield you 1 point. So while you could technically W people with this sort of lobby, I would more or less try to go for a pretty good loadout here. Make sure you get a lot of materials for the end game, get a good position, and then see if you can pick some people off. The risk to reward when it comes to getting the eliminations, as opposed to just getting those placement points, I'm not sure if it's worth it unless you're very... Oh, Chad goes down there if you see in the bottom left too. I'm not Alex. YT. Chad being one of the favorite players here, playing for Valid Unit. He actually has the first placement in the Summer Series solo tournament and, well, series, and a first placement in the Trio Summer Series as well. And a top 1 placement in the Level Lockdown solos. And he's participated in a lot of Level Academy tournaments, so him going out this early of this lobby is kind of unfortunate, but we have a couple of games left to go, and he did at least manage to rack up a couple of points, because I believe I did see him get an elimination there earlier. Gorilla Swinger taking down Mr. Boy something. Here we have a player sneaking up slowly, as I believe that's is that a fight going on over there, or just a rotation, a sneaky rotation? So will not decide to take the fight here, just slowly making his way on the side, avoiding anything. You do have to make it into the zone here. As you can see, crash pads are very much meta right now. You want to get your hands on at least a full stack of those if you're aiming for a good position. Seeing as they're very good to attack, they're very good defensively as well, and, well, just saving you for those high ground battles if needed. There is a fight going on here as well. We just had 2 people going down, as you can see in the bottom left there. Only 44 people left in the lobby. This player must assume that his opponent here is low. He's going in with some beautiful editing. The chase is on, but he has to finish this real quick. Almost gets the shot there. We'll keep chasing, not giving him enough time to heal back up, but we'll ultimately decide to just abandon this fight, as it is quite risky to waste your materials. If you do make that sound with the zone moving in as well, you really want to... Ooh, a nice chest there. Okay, that's an alright weapon, you can use that. But wasting your materials in a fight there is not really worth it unless you can end it real quick. Is that a llama over there, I see? Yeah, now he is being chased though in the zone. So this is the worst spot you could be in, pretty much. Running from the zone, you have a llama in front of you, you have someone chasing you behind, shooting you. Personally, I would not have taken those shots there, because the person we're watching right here does sort of have the advantage, but now now being lasered, all of a sudden the odds have been kind of swapped here. Maybe the person behind him needs to kill because he doesn't have any heals. Luckily though, this player managed to get a launch pad, so he can get out of here if he wants to. Swapping over here to another person, not really rotating, but taking a high zone. We're going back to the fight here inside of the zone. This player can take it kind of slow though. Potentially going down here by another player, still rocking the authority, but that's another player in the authority, not the person we saw earlier with the grappler. I'm curious to see what happened to that fight over there in the zone. Oh my. Gorilla Swinger actually got him down, but was that the fight outside? I'm not quite sure. I believe it was on the south side, so the player we're watching now is probably moving in there to the bottom side to maybe see if he can sneak a kill or something. The zone, however, is moving pretty far north. Only 37 people left in the lobby. It's looking real good for this player's inventory. He's almost max on mats. He has some good shields going, pretty good shotgun, 1 launch pad, and 6 crash pads. So he's probably going to decide to play it safe, position himself somewhere outside the by the edge of the zone perhaps. Maybe get a kill or two. Avoid that shark at all costs. Another player here just making his ways. Is that north? Yeah, north into the zone as well. In front of him, that was one of the fights we were watching earlier, I believe. Let's see, accidentally hit the menu button there. We do have a fight here by the authorities. So this is... He doesn't really have a good shotgun though, so he will decide to disengage, as we mentioned earlier. Using those crash pads, it's really good to just disengage from fights and get out safely. Materials are looking pretty low here, so that was a good decision, I would say. Perhaps try to get a couple of materials as he moves here, but getting close, well, getting right into the zone now would be ideal. Getting some materials along the way is also okay, but the person behind him, he may know that he has the upper hand, especially if it's the person who originally landed on the authority. We will see here as he moves into the zone. There's a lot of materials here he can get, and if he will get into, if he will get some shots fired upon him now, it wouldn't be that bad. As you can see now, the map, on the map just a few seconds ago, the circle is in the top right corner, so we had a lot of players actually land on the bottom side of the map. So there's a lot of rotations going on, as we can see in front of us. Right there, Luminar getting taken out there in the kill feed in the bottom left, as you could see. 35 people remaining, and the circle is getting to that point now where we won't really have a storm surge at this point with these amount of players, but we're moving into the good points of the brackets quite soon, where you only need 5 per 5 placement you get 1 extra point. Previously it was 10 placements to increase your points by 1. Not a lot of eliminations so far, probably just some quick... Ooh, a snipe going off there. That's a great weapon to have in solos. Okay, so this is a very, very awkward spot. But he is inside of the zone, so that's fine. He does have his heals available. Getting harassed a little bit here, but he is between 2 players, so... This is the beauty of solos, right? Oh no, there was a roof above him when he used that launch pad. He could go back to the launch pad. He could actually go back to it and then decide to reuse it, unless they broke it. This is what happens in solos. If you're stuck between 2 people, you will. And one player starts firing upon you, and you see the other player on the opposing side also starts firing. You can basically team up to get the kill there. But Shad just... No, that was not Shad who went down, right? But 2 more people just went down in the kill feed I just saw. So this player, being under a lot of pressure right now, decides to take a little bit of a high ground and return fire. There is also a henchman beneath him, so that's a bit rough. He doesn't have too many mats going on, but will decide to leave. This will leave the 2 other players to fight each other instead. Hopefully, I believe that is his plan. He does still have crash pads, so he's confident enough that he could get out there without the crash pads and probably retake a lot of mats here in the house. He is in a sort of a safe spot now, although he's not sure if there's people around him. So, but he's really going for it. He really needs those mats. Zone is closing in, and it's going to the northwest part of the map. We did see a lot of fighting going on in the northeast, so this is a bit scary. I would have... Okay, so this in front of him here is in the kill zone. I think Slippy just went down by Gorilla something in the bottom left there. Didn't quite... Oop, big fight going on here. Oh, 2 health left. He's a crash pad. Down there, he does have some fishies. Also some minis, so he should be alright. Circle's not moving in for a while though. Decides to use the crash pad to relocate himself. Does have the launch pad, which he's sort of going to use later on, but looks like he's going to take the fight here. He did have the high ground, but took a lot of damage there. Launching here is very dangerous now though. This little health, it's only 1-2 hits, and you're basically down inside to launch away. So this works. He can keep playing. He can keep playing high ground. What was that? That was not a launch pad, was it? Was that a harpoon? I believe that was harpoon, yeah. A lot of people going down right now, as you can see in the bottom left. Gorilla Swinger has taken down at least 3 people now. Okay, guys, I just got some information. As you saw at the beginning of the round, we only had 60 players in this lobby. And that's because we had some connection issues going on, so we didn't really have the full lobby going. So what this means is that we will unfortunately have to replay this round. But hey, it was a warm-up, the players got it. It was a warm-up for me for this casting. And unfortunately, I was interested in following this solo, however, but we will have to replay this round. So what that means is this round will not count. Yeah, luckily I died early. But that's how it goes sometimes in games. Sometimes you have connection issues. Sometimes players cannot get in, especially in custom lobbies. That's just how it goes. But we'll continue to. It looks like we'll continue to watch this game, however, and then after this one is done, we'll go to a quick ad and get everybody into the actual game, I'll say, and go from there. Start off for real. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, or if you're playing the tournament and also watching this stream, this game we're watching right now does not count. You can count this as sort of a warm-up game, if you will, because we had some connection issues which resulted in 40 players. That's right, not just a couple players, but 40 players were not able to get into this lobby. So we will simply replay this this round. As soon as this round is over, we'll get everybody into a new lobby. While we get everybody into a new lobby, we will also be playing a quick ad to make sure that everything's sorted and everybody will actually get in this time. And after that, we'll kick off the real. These players, however, has gotten quite a warm-up. I know myself from playing a couple of tournaments in Fortnite. I'm an old man now, but when I used to play the tournaments, I was really nervous in the first couple of games. So I can imagine some of these players are relieved. Obviously, some of them are frustrated if they had a good game, but that's how it goes. There's been worse days in competitive Fortnite. So I'll go ahead and take a quick shout out to the sponsors of today's games, which is Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence, New Tech Ltd, which is the racer distributors, and American University of Malta, which is presenting this tournament, or bringing you this tournament through Level Academy. And you are watching Level Academy's summer series featuring Fortnite. As I've said, this is not game one. I repeat, this is not game one. We'll call this game a backup because we did have some connection issues. And we will be kicking off the actual game after this one is done. So while we get everything sorted, you guys at home, you can go grab a drink. The action will not go anywhere. We'll have everything set up again after this game has finished and after a quick break. I'm pretty sure that the players in this lobby are aware that this game does not count. Sometimes oh, that's a beautiful shot. That's why you don't want to use a launch pad or a crash pad if you're low on health. But hey, sometimes you have to. A lot of fruit there on the ground, but can't stop to pick them up. Gotta get into the zone. The zone's getting smaller and it's quite a way to go. Ooh, this inventory is looking beautiful. He has not wasted anything. Did he pick up a kill yet? No, he did not. Well, now we can just sit here, take it easy within the zone, and harass the people and hope to get a kill of the people rotating. Could also be the case that the players in this lobby are unavailable to be reached right now because they may think that this game still counts, because when you move into a game, when you get into a game, you put your full focus there, No reason to watch Discord notifications, right? In case the game would count. But if you're just tuning in, this game had connection issues. 40 players could not enter the game. So we will have to replay this game. What that means is that once this game is done, we'll have everyone get into a new game after and while we have the players getting ready for the new game, we'll go into a quick commercial break to just make sure that we have everything sorted, and then we'll kick off the actual game with hopefully a full set of players. So you're basically watching a warm-up here. Oh, that's quite the far way to go. See, now it all becomes mind games. Do you rotate first, or do you rotate with the zone? In this case, if you don't have a lot of mats, got a crash pad, it might be good to just toss yourself in the direction when the zone has started moving. You don't want to use a launch pad or a crash pad if you're low on health, but hey, sometimes you have to. A lot of fruit there on the ground, but can't stop to pick them up. I believe we're watching a stretched version here. While people remaining in the zone is quite small, you can be doing some oop, that's the crash I've talked about. Not quite getting the next but this is fine. Using someone else's crash pad in the process, managing to get out alive is quite interesting. Oh, can't get hit by the zone. Nice hit there, out in the zone, gets all of the remaining mats. Oh, here's where the chaos starts. You see people flying left and right. Go down to top 10 here in the practice game. I repeat, this is a practice game. There's someone watching the replay of the previous game. Max still in the top here, but this is simply a practice game. We had some people who could not get into the lobby this time around, but after this game we'll make lobby and restart game number 1 and make sure that everything is sorted. We need to be able to inform all of these players that this game does not count. It's just a warm-up. Oop. You've been playing Zone Wars. This is exactly what you do. You're waiting for people to rotate to yourself, above them, wait for them to predict who they're one. Ooh, that's nice. That's a good one. I don't even think we got all of the mats. Jumping into their whole player's ball. If there's any mats left. Oh, and there we go. Was that the end of it? Was that the winning kill right there? Not quite sure, but as I said, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break as we get everything sorted for the actual game. This game did not count. We're going to set everything up for the actual game. Quick commercial break, and yeah, we should be back quite soon with the first round.
All right, so Martin, what can you tell me about the first round? What can you tell me about what you saw over there?
Well, we only had a 60-player lobby due to some technical difficulties, but we'll get those sorted.
Definitely.
Yeah, I assume. But from what I saw, in the 60-player lobby, there were quite some good players in there, and it got my it got my hopes up for the upcoming games for sure.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we just had a little bit of an issue over there with some there were some privacy issues. Some people could not actually join the game. However, they seem to be sorted right now. All right, so the next round does count. Okay, so everybody that will be in there now, we will start counting the scores from the next round. We'll have another 2 rounds after that. We're just going to leave you for a short break while we make sure that everybody gets signed into the lobby, and we will take it from there, guys. So we will catch up in just a minute. We're going to put on an advert right now. Is that right, Edward? All right, and we will catch up in just a couple of minutes, guys. Okay, see you soon.
focus fell on Malta as the ideal place. Once the plan to create the university was established, the complex process to obtain a license and accreditation began in 2015. In September 2016, the license to operate AUM and accreditation of its degree programs were granted by the National Commission for Further and Higher Education. With the license in hand, the university undertook to hire the individuals needed to recruit students and to deliver the degree programs. In May 2016, work began on site at Dock 1. Historically, this dockyard used to service the ships of the Royal Navy. Those pieces in place, AUM welcomed its first cohort of students and began operations in the fall of 2017. For more than 5,000 years, the Grand Harbor of Malta has been a crossroad of civilizations. Today, AUM is a crossroads of ideas and innovative thinking, providing the wisdom of the past to those who will explore the expanding opportunities of the present. It stands today as a state-of-the-art university campus that includes ultra-modern features while recalling the history of its location and the courage of a people who held the island against the might of the Axis powers. Today, the AUM offers multiple undergraduate degrees in business, computer science, gaming, and engineering. We are well on our way to offering 11 undergraduate degree programs and 2 master's degrees, and many more will follow. What you are seeing today is only the beginning of this ambitious venture. Our graduates will possess an entrepreneurial spirit, a global view, and bring an ethical perspective to the use and development of new technological futures.
Okay, and we're back here with the actual game. We're already jumping into the bus. My name is Martin Krieg. This is American University of Malta presenting Level Academy Summer Series featuring Fortnite. We recently just had a game where we only managed to get 60 people into the lobby, so that one did not count. Right now it looks like we have 74 people in the lobby. I'm not quite sure if that's the supposed number or if we were having more difficulties, but I'll take it from here for now. As some of you may know, the custom lobbies servers sometimes has some issues with them where it's hard to get everyone into the same game, but we're doing the best we can over here to organize the tournament and be as fair as possible to make sure that everyone has the chance to play. Right where we have a drop in caddy corner, Nax is already, I believe Nax won the last game, and he just now got another kill in the beginning of the game. I saw someone actually manage to, I don't know, die by fall damage or something like that. May have also just left the game in case this one doesn't count. As I said, I'm not entirely sure, but I believe we're supposed to have a little bit more players in the lobby. Not quite sure. We see Shot there in the bottom left with another kill. We're down to 71 people. The Authority has at least 2 players in it, as we can see over here. This is Caddy Corner once again, going strong with that loot. No one else seems to be around, but we do know that in the previous game someone landed on the mansion, the little mansion above Caddy. But challenging whoever's in caddy, this player we're watching right now this far into the game, is not such a good idea, seeing as at this point you should have a lot of loot, as this player does. As I said, I'm not quite sure who has dropped here. Can't see the name right now, but yeah, there are some gunshots going on over there. Fuzzy with a kill as well in the kill feed, followed by, was it Sedulos as well with a kill, as you can see in the kill feed. Make sure you guys keep track of the kill feed in the bottom left there. We have 69 people in the lobby. It appears as we have quite an interesting circle, not too bad. more in the lower section here. Looks like he's going hard into the authority. We know there was one more player here earlier. Takes the vent out. Probably not done yet. Wants to get to the vault. Here we go. Builds behind him, which is pretty standard. He already has the grappler. He has the drum gun. Now it's all about looting the vault and making his way out of there. Gotta be careful though, because he does know that there's someone else in the authority who could be waiting for him outside by the exit. But not quite sure if that's something you would want to do now, knowing that your opponent has all of that loot. Delta taking down a player, taking down one of his teammates actually. That's unfortunate, but that happens. It is solos after all, so teaming is not allowed. A lot of loot to work with here. Looking really good. Another... Is that a henchman or a player outside? Well, appears to be a player, but if you have the nade launcher, you can just get out of there. It's a very, very sort of... Oh, Denix taking a kill as well. And Dennis then going down as well. Got sniped actually, so that means he managed to get a kill and then got sniped from 200 meters. Oh, that's rough. That's not something you want. That means that whoever sniped, I couldn't really catch his name. That means that he now has the loot of 2 players. Is this the same player as we were watching earlier in Authority? I don't believe so. So that must... Okay, Verse got a kill as well. Couldn't quite see that one either in the bottom left there. This loot is looking juicy. But I don't believe this was the skin of the person we saw earlier in Authority. Does that mean that this person camped outside and was waiting to get the beautiful loots? Goku Wannabe taking down Posh Prodigy as well. Only 61 people in the lobby now. The circle, as you can see, is on the, well, not quite the bottom part of the map, but more so the east part of the map. Popular drop spots are in the middle, Authority. We also have top left, which is quite popular spot to drop in, as well as Fortilla, which is bottom left. Going through Slurpee there will be a rough spot to rotate. Caddy here moving into, is this person in... Yeah, there we have, this is the Coral Castle, I believe, up here by the looks of it. Yep, also a very popular spot to drop, but we'll have quite the way to go. The circle is starting to move in now, but he has the water to move with. He also has some crash pads to use. Mitsuki getting sniped there from 80 meters by its 4 inches. Looking alright on material in this player, but we do have to get moving. Zone's coming. He does have the crash pads, but you know what? This zone is actually moving quite fast, seeing as it is from the top left and it has to move into the middle. But I'm almost positive that he can outrun it, but that should also make him somewhat safe to make sure that he runs behind players and not in front of them, allowing him to not get sniped or lasered in the back. That's a loot. That's a supply drop at the bottom of the lake here. Quite hard to grab unless you place down a stair there. I was just thinking here, no, this is the actual player we saw in Authority. Must have dropped the drum gun and given it to the other player we saw go through Authority, because he still has his grapple here. Not quite of a good shotgun, but the AR is looking pretty sweet, and I believe he had 2 launch pads as well, so looking real good. Oh, I love this skin. This is quite nice. Using some peppers to move. The Font, I think, just took down Shadow. And as you can see, the kill feed, we have 59 players now. We won't be seeing any Storm Surge within this game. Nax, our chat's favorite, taking down CBA Verse. Verse is also one of the favorites, I believe. There's a lot of loot going around here. This player, however, has... Ooh, that's some nice... Look at this. It's flexing a little bit. That's some good editing going on. We'll, however, have to get a little bit more mats. Looking good overall, though. This caddy corner though, being in the side of this, being at the corner, in caddy corner of the circle, is quite rough because you could have people up on the mountains there guarding you. Overcast getting a kill there in kill feed. 57 players to go. Our grapple hero over here is making his way far away from all of that action. There's a lot of stuff going on over here. He sees there's players fighting, I believe, west of him. People are shooting him from the south as well. But with that grapple, you're somewhat, well, you're kind of always safe. Materials are looking alright. He can pretty much do what he pleases. He'll decide to third party from a distance here. Broke someone's shield. That means that he can continue going. Not too many AR shots though. 160 sounds like a lot, but don't want to waste those. Those are really, really good to have in the end game. Looking real good on shields and launch pads. The tricky thing with having a grappler though means that if there's a W key player, he may target him. Because that grappler in endgame is so useful. It's useful throughout the entire game, but in endgame it's especially good. Just look at this. You can make your way in, you can probably build up a little bit here if you want to. You can make your way back to the base. That base is just standing on one wall, so not quite enforced, but he'll decide to just move further into the zone. So with the point system we have going, you are awarded quite a bit for just staying safe and accumulating points through placements. Normally, if you would have a full lobby, it would be a bit more crazy to just stay out of fights and staying in your box, because you would be affected by storm surge at one point, which means that you would have to have gathered up a bit of damage on enemy players, or at least gone for one kill. In this case, however, we will not be having any storm surge. 4 inches taken down rapid there. That means that 4 inches has at least 2 kills, followed by Silvergas, who also managed to grab a kill. This is a real good spot. Even a free chest here. Not quite sure if someone has looted Frenzy Farm. Not the best place to go. There are way better places to go, especially if the lobby is not completely filled. He's not that big in need of wood right now. Oh, there's an anonymous player in the lobby as well, so no chance to track that person. But this player looking really, really good on materials and, well, just loot overall. But it's easy to get overconfident. Just have to stay safe. You know what? Materials are also kind of fine here. The circle has moved a bit more north here in the top right corner. Rotating through this might be an issue for people, as we have a couple of lakes on the path there. Was that Chud who got a kill? I believe I saw. Well, the zone's moving in. It's gonna move very fast for the people who we originally, well, earlier I mean, saw. We saw fighting in the bottom left. So here we have the classic. Oh, there's someone moving down there. Will he try to go for him? Nope, he's just gonna box up there. Cree Gamer taken down. Was that reverse cabin? I saw a couple of supply drops. Not really worth going for those unless you're really close. More people rotating in from the south as expected. Just fishing a little bit there. Okay, so he decides to not really... Okay, so here we have it. Here we have the double tag going from 2 solo players, which is really strong to do. If you see someone taking damage or they're building up a very weak wooden base, it is nice to be the person who takes the first shot, because that means that other people with a nearby proximity will follow and also deal damage to that person. And that means that you both have a chance of landing a kill. So at this point, it should have been a little bit faster there to help out. Now it doesn't really matter. Well, okay, so the person on the opposing side decides to help out as well. You gotta be careful though, so you don't get sniped. Make sure you have a nice little hole to peek out through. And oh, there was a lot of henchmen just chasing someone by the from the full western side there. Zone is closing in. He does, however, not have a sniper in his hand. Someone else does, though. We just heard someone snipe. Charge shotgun killed by Zenobs. I can't quite see who it was, and I think it was Raid. So that person down there by the water, he's in quite of a rough spot, but if you just... Oh, okay. That's a zone. That's a zone. He can just chill here now. I wouldn't want to give away that... If he gives away that he has a grapple now, he could take a lot of fire upon him. So just staying here and taking a chill is probably the way to go. Sabi with another kill, I believe. 48 people remaining. We'll still not see a storm surge. The point system we're looking at is quite nice actually for a solo lobby. You have just by, well, we had what, 70 people-ish in the beginning, so 75th to 50th, 51st actually. Oh, 2 more kills going down. Fuzzy and Anonymous once again. However, top 75 to 50 is 1 point. Top 50 is 2 points. Top 40 3 points, and then from there we go in 5 placement increments, which is 40. Top 40 is 3 points. Top 30 is 4 points. Sorry, from here on we go in 4 placement increments, which is 25th 5 points, 20, top 20 6 points, top 15 7 points, and it keeps racking up like that. Top 10 8 points, top 5 9 points, third 10 points, second 11 points, and the victory royale is 14 points. Eliminations, however, is only 1 point, so it's not that worth to W people unless you are very confident in your skill. There are a lot of good players in this lobby, however, so you never know who you're gonna face. So going for the slow playstyle is what I would prefer here as well. Just getting some good loot, waiting for the end game, and yeah, third party just like this. The person over there only has 66 health to go. Ooh, almost got sniped there. As we said, gotta find a safe hole, making sure you do not get picked off by a sniper. Very scary. Truts with a kill on Gorilla. 44 people only. If this circle ends up going east, this is gonna be quite a small lobby in the end. The launch pads are going to start getting into play. Well, we see someone flying over there. So that's one. We're gonna see launch pads very soon for people to reposition themselves. You do, however, want to wait for the zone to reposition, so you actually... Anonymous with another kill. You do want to wait for the zone to move so you can actually decide and plan where to go and position yourself. I believe there are 2 players down there by the lake now. I'm not sure if... Yep, it appears so. They're gonna have a hard time rotating after this. They decided to go into a little fight there, but ended up not doing it. Would be a waste of mats, probably. Okay, so he gets the zone once again. This is a lucky man, and he has a grappler and no real use for it so far. Top 43. All alive players have at least gotten 1 point now. They stay alive for 2 more kills. That's an additional point. It's not Ali. Managed to get a kill there. Was that a snipe? No, I believe that was a rifle. There's a lot of player on the east side here. And that's sort of rough, because if you look at the circle in the top right, it ends by the lake. They will have to go downhill, but there's a lot of people positioned over here, which is very dangerous. Matt clipped, you managed to take down Shot. So we now have 40 people alive. That means that everyone in the lobby just got an additional point. This player here is playing very passively, but he only has 96 ammo, AR ammo, so I'm not really blaming him. As it goes for close quarters, a green tac shotgun is not really your best option in end game, but he does have a lot of heals and launch pads and even the grappler. So I think he's going for the long con here. I would assume so. still following Mr. Grappler here as he is looking around. He's our eye in the sky right now. 2 people going down, one by Twigs and one by... Is that Lixner? I believe... Ooh, the person who crash padded over there has a hard time now. I believe he can still make it in though, but was it him who ultimately fell to Truts? Not quite sure. Kessie also managed to get a kill. We're moving into the end game now. Zone is moving in. Only 10 seconds left to position himself. Some movement downhill into the river there. I guess that's a good position to be. Is he even aware that there's a lot of items coming his way? I'm not quite sure. Whoop. Okay. So finally, Mr. Grappler here will have to reposition himself. Should be quite easy though. He does have his grappler. He does have a launch pad. Does he want to reveal the launch pad this early though? I'm not sure. But... oh, there's a launch pad up there. He could destroy it if there's more people up on that hill on the left of him. But right now, he should probably turn his eyes to the east side as there will be people rotating there very, very shortly. And he could manage to get a kill or 2 if he's lucky. Someone else used the launch pad on the top left. I would like to see him destroy the launch pad because it's only standing on a wooden floor. Swapping over here, we have someone launching to reposition himself. He used his own launch pad out. I believe this was one of the river players. He has the, he actually has quite good mats, a lot of heals, and look at that. He has an A launcher. We can go for those late fights. No crash pads, however, so there's always risk to it. Not a lot of ammo, might want to save that. Watch out for the side. Managed to land any hits there, only one. Should probably preserve his ammo now. But with his shotgun and 1 kill accumulated, this is actually really good to harass people moving like this. That was some real good damage going on. But it looks like this player is very confident in his... Ooh, almost managed to steal that one. That was Fussy who claimed that kill. 32 players remaining. Makes himself a little base here. Decides to go on low ground. Does it mean he wants to fight? We'll go for those mats. Yep, he goes for those mats. I also think he wants to fight. I mean, he has his nade launcher. He can just reclaim high ground whenever he wants. Up a flopper to heal himself of that zone damage. Moving slowly, going for the small turtle. Did that not get him anywhere? Okay, so he's going for it now. Will, okay, unfortunately not land on a high ground. Following this player will be very interesting. Look at that, managed to get some light damage on the other person. We have 30 people alive. This is where things will start getting chaotic. Decides to launch himself towards the zone again, not really taking any high ground, but we'll have to go for a kill fairly soon. That's someone he could go for. Someone has high ground above him, has to be careful. Storm Surge is actually activated, but deactivated quite fast as well. We have below 30 players now anyways. Looking for a kill here, going low on mats, so I'm guessing we'll see him go for high ground here. Oh! A little bit faster there and he might have scored a kill. Zone is moving slowly but yet fast in such a tight area. We have a lot of people. People are just falling like flies right now. Crash pad to be used. Maybe he's waiting for someone to use it. Using his bait. Going for another jump. Does not go for high ground, but tries to destroy. Oh, he's in the box. Flies away. He's going too far. That's too far. He's flying back in again. This reminds me of the shock round, man. Manages to save himself out of that tricky situation. People are falling. Decides to go for high ground here. Ooh! I believe he has high ground, right? Nope, someone is outside in the zone. And Cassie took the kill. That means that he can now pick up the... Oh, Asher's still alive. Oro's getting a kill as well outside in the storm. That means that someone died outside in the storm after taking a lot of damage. Loki's still alive. We're down to 7 players. This is where you want to rack up the points, stay alive for as long as possible. But hey, every elimination is also a kill. Basically comes down to push or be pushed. He has some good items, but health is not looking that good. Might want to use another... Oh, no mats either. Well, time to hunt. Be careful above him now. We're in a very bad spot here. I believe he has high ground. Oop. Missed his first, and I think he missed the second one as well. Chad's still alive. We now have 3 people remaining. The 3 last. This person here has high ground, however, taking some damage from... Oh, no! No, he knocked himself out. Will he make it in? Oh no, he died by the full damage. That wasn't even the zone, and ultimately we end the game here with... Is that Mr. Grappler? I believe this is Mr. Grappler. Mr. Grappler takes the game home after getting the zone and just chilling, going for the long con, paid off in the end, and ended up with 3 eliminations as well from the very, very end there. Nice game, a lot of action in the end. I'm positively surprised by the level of skill here by the players. Very, very, very nice.
All right. Hey, Martin, how you doing? So, what did you think of that one? So the first round where that actually gets points assigned to it. What happened there?
Oh man, we were watching Mr. Grappler, as I like to call him, for a long time there. He managed to get a grappler, which is so good in the game. He had some nice health, healing in his inventory, a lot of mats, and he could basically just take it easy in the middle of the zone as he kept getting zone after zone. And he was going for the long con, which is really good with this point system, right? Because the longer you stay alive, there's no risk. If you take a fight, there's a risk of dying, right? And you only get 1 point for a limb. So unless you're super confident, it's very scary to go for eliminations and the W key.
Definitely.
But in the end, it paid off. He won the game. I believe it was Mr. Grappler who won the game, and with 3 eliminations under his belt as well. So that was 17 points, just like that.
That's it. So what do you think about the strategies that you're seeing over here? Are they sort of like standard stuff that you see in the other tournaments, competitions? Would you call it meta, I mean, or is it something which is different to you?
So there's a little bit difference in the rotations of players. I've seen a couple of players here taking some risky routes and risky plays, and that could be because they want to rack up materials for the end. They don't have enough good enough loot to thrive in late game, so they maybe they decide to go for a fight, but most of the times they ended up backing off from the fight, which is also a good tactic if you know that you can't close. But if you open, you also sort of have to close, otherwise you just wasted materials and made it worse for yourself. But a lot of the tactics and game styles are very similar to top players. So I believe that these players either have, some of them obviously have competitive background, and some of them have I don't know, learned from professional players or and picked up a thing or two. I'm pleasantly surprised.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because actually a few of the players over here have actually been trained by somebody who I actually think you know. Level Academy has established a memorandum of cooperation with Area Academy, which is actually where you're from. It was set up by Potty, Tommy Ingmarson, one of the founders of Ninja in Pajamas, and his partner in crime, who's Frederick. Oh, I can't remember his last name. But yes, we actually ran one of the first introductory Fortnite training programs over here for quite a few of the guys who are actually in the room with us today. And so, yes, they do get quite a bit of pointers in there. So I'm really, really happy to see that and happy to hear that about the local players as well. All right. So what we're going to do right now, Martin, if it's okay with you, is that we're just going to have a very, very short break. We're actually going to count up all of the results from the first round as well so that we could get those over to you. We're just gonna have a very, very short break right now. And as soon as we'll be back, we will jump straight into round 2. All right, give an update on what's happened with round 1. And let's see what happens in that part then. All right, Martin, we'll catch up with you in a second while Edward just puts on a little bit of a break for us. All right, and we will catch up with you guys in just a few minutes.
Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Suffocating, I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the tournament. We're just about to kick off round 2 in just a couple of minutes. Before we head to that, just a little bit of a notice that we've got these scores are coming in. We're going to be calculating them while we are doing the second round, but then we'll hand them over to Martin so that he can give a little bit of an update on who's who and where everybody is. Just a big shout out to Chad from Valid Unit for that first round. Well done, dude, over there. Chad is currently one of the students over here for the Introductory Esports program. He's a very, very frequent member of the top 10 club, and even not just the top 10 club, but he's somebody who we saw improve over time. So, let's just say top 15, top 14, then moved up top 10 and everything until he started winning his own rounds and everything, both trios, duos, solos. So he's been at the top a couple of times, no stranger to there. So, yes, the round is just about to start. I'm just going to give the go-ahead to our boy Irezia, who's going to be kicking everything off. Say yes, please, for that. So, what are you expecting in this round over here, Martin? Are you expecting anything different? I mean, from your experience, does strategy change when you go into the second round, third round? Maybe people are a bit more cautious in the first one. Well, what do you usually see in a tournament like this?
Absolutely. Well, you have the players, when they have this small break, they can go into the replays and see how they were contested. Usually have coaches doing that and seeing if their drop spot were contested. If that's a player you really need to look out for, then okay, let's find another drop spot that seems to be empty. Or they just decide to stick with their drop spot and be like, no, I can beat this guy, I can continue. But what you usually see is that people change things up if they feel uncomfortable in their drop spot. They most likely have like one or two other places they're familiar with and change things up a little bit to see if they can have better luck there to make it to the end game, because it's all about the placements, right? You get a lot of points for placements alone, so you just want to make sure you have a solid drop spot and a good rotation to make sure you're good for middle game and late game.
Definitely. All right, so let's see if this all pounds out like that. So, all right, we are about to join the stream in just a second. We have joined. All right, so I'm going to leave you to it, and let's see what happens in the second round. We'll get back to the scores shortly, guys.
Second round out of 3 rounds. This is American University of Malta presenting Level Academy Summer Series featuring Fortnite. So far, we've had one game that was pretty intense. We had Mr. Grappler, as I'd like to call him, bring the game home. And yeah, we'll get you guys an update on the scoring in a couple of minutes here. I'll update you guys in case you are, well, I know you are curious on who's in the top, who were a little bit unlucky. And yep, my name's Martin Creek. We've already gone in. Shud has already bludgeoned someone down with his pickaxe, so we are down from 71 to 70 people. Getting pickaxed right off the bat, no pun intended, of the game is not something you want. It's quite unfortunate. I didn't quite see who it was who got taken down, but you always have the third game where you can just go wild. Usually in the third game, you start seeing the people. Oh, Nax, our crowd favorite, taking down someone as well right off the bat of the game. That's very nice. But as I was saying, whoa, henchman. Wait, was that a henchman who took down? That was a henchman who took down Flix. And Verse also getting a kill early. Horrors with a kill early on Clappy as well. We're down to 66 already. Okay, so it seems that the people who may have had a little rough start in the first game has Goki Wannabe also with a kill down there, if you see him bottom left. Posh Prodigy be taken down again. Delta also with a kill. Dude, people are going nuts here. Kill after kill. 63 people already. What? Cree Gamer as well taking down its Twig. What's going on this game? I guess people are starting to W key to make sure that they can climb that leaderboard. And yeah, I'm a little bit confused. I thought this wouldn't happen until the later games. Usually, okay, that's a henchman, isn't it? Yep, that's a couple of henchmen. Usually what you see in games that has about 7 or 8 rounds is that everyone starts playing a little bit safe, and if they don't rack up a couple of points by the middle or end of the rounds, let's say like round 6 or round 7, they start going wild. At that point, you just want to W key and get as many kills as you want and try to snowball your way to late game to get as many points as possible to climb up and catch up to the people who had a good start. It looks like we have a fight going here already, don't we? Yep. Whoop. Okay, that was Peppa Pig being taken down quite early. I did think I saw a third player, but that could have been a henchman as well. Nope, that is the third player, isn't it? Nope, that was a henchman. Okay. Henchman is down. Someone died in the storm. I believe that is a spectator, however. Or the rocket breaker. At this point in game number 1, I believe we had like 63 people alive. Now we only have 59. Those henchmen don't know what they're doing. We have Anonymous once again in the bottom left there, if you see, getting another kill. Not quite sure who that is playing on Anonymous. But we've seen him get at least 3 kills now. I saw him get 2 kills in the last lobby. Oh! Pandy with a kill as well. The player we're watching right now has high ground on some player moving through the water. This is some... oh dude, look at this! He has a bunch of mats already, so he can... Okay, so now we can choose to just move away or harass the player down there. Doesn't have too many AR bullets to go, and you can always be third-partied. So, yep, might want to go for the safe play there. Calvin with a kill on Guest Red. We do have a little skirmish going on here as well in the top left corner of the map. Plays it somewhat safe. He has a really good loadout going. May have to look for a spot where he can use his big pot and maybe challenge. Bill has his big pot to use. There we go. Also has 6 crash pads which he can use to his advantage to just get out of here. But he does have that water in the way, so that could be quite troublesome. I believe I'm hearing more than once. Like more than one person stepping above him. But see, this turtling can sometimes it pays off if your enemy don't really know where you are, and as you can see, the zone is already moving in. Then it's better to just move out of there instead of getting stuck in a fight and just pretty much griefing yourself outside in the zone. Anonymous once again with a kill, this time on Grid's Chaos. Down to 55 players already. None of these players have to worry about Storm Surge whatsoever. Especially not now with this much fighting going on. Even with only 71 players in the lobby to begin with. That is quite interesting. Another fight going on here. I mean, that's a crash pad away. Will he chase? That's the question. Yep, he decides to chase. At that point, you want to eat a fish. Okay, that was clean. That's some really clean editing going on here. We'll try to get the box. Okay, this is some really fast editing. Who is this? He's quite confident. Oh! Got stuck in his own edit there. I believe he thought he had the... no, he was pickaxing while the other player edited. That was rough. He does have another fish though he can use. Lost the high ground. Can still use a crash pad. Look, he only has 300 mats now. He needs to finish up this fight. Oh, and he did it. Took down Gorilla Swinger. And who was this? It was... Anubis. It's actually Anubis. Okay. Anubis who plays for a Versio. He actually won the Level Lockdown solo series, and you know what? This explains it. Why he has such good editing skills. He's the overall most first place winner in all of the Level Academy tournament series. And he's top of both solo and trio leaderboards of the summer series. So this is a tough opponent. I guess the enemy should have let him escape there and not chase down, but as I said, this far into the games, people are bound to W key if they had a bad game to begin with. Everything comes with a risk. Should grabbing a kill. We're only down to 48 people with the circle being very far north. The loadout here on Anubis is looking very good as well. He has the strong shotgun. He has the nade launcher as well for the high ground taken. Nax took a kill. An Anonymous. That's actually another Anonymous, I believe. So we do have two Anonymous in the fight. I'm not quite sure who it is who has most of the kills, but I see two different Anonymous now grabbing kills. Fuzzy with a kill on 3 Gamer in what appears to be a storm fight. We have someone utilizing the boat, which is risky but effective. Will use the campfire here to his advantage. Has a lot of mats. Probably build himself in, but decides not to. Puts a little bit more wood on that fire to make sure he gains health a bit faster before the zone catches up. Abandons the boat and decides to go for a swim to get into the zone. I believe if people are nearby, they've heard the boat, but can't really localize him apart from the smoke, I suppose, from the campfire. This player is also looking fairly confident, looking around a lot, very sped up. Making a run through the gas station here. Tries to go for a hit on another rotating player, but misses. The player just boxes up actually, so we'll see. He does have quite a nice loadout for a close fight. And could even spare to take some damage and then disengage. However, he only has 1 launch pad, so might just wanna get into the circle and then hold him, as he would have to rotate into the circle afterwards. Not a lot of other players in sight here. Very sped up. I am getting a bit dizzy watching this guy. I guess he must have eagle eyes. Whoop! Okay, that was another person rotating, so there is at least 2 people on this side of the map. There should be a couple more people on the right-hand side of the map, though. He's playing very efficiently now, I must say. Very efficiently. We have a circle inside the authority. That's very good if you want to base up and just reuse mats and sit up there to your advantage. What he can do here is just get up on the authority, build a little bit, and hold the people moving in. Let's see here if he decides to take it easy on the sidelines or if he wants to move closer in. It's a kind of tough decision to make. Whoop! Let's go for an AR fight up there, but gets the advantage with the damage. Very confident with his box fight. Sets goes down on white damage, goes for the clean hit on Jasmine. And regains a lot of mats and not really a launch pad or anything, but very clean. We also had 2 more people go down. We're down to 41, I was about to say, but nope, that's 40 people left. Verse took down Hade right there. Okay, very scary running around like this. There could be snipes going on. You know that bad feeling of being randomly sniped. It's never fun. And if you want, while we have our pro player here running around, I can give you a little update on the scoreboard. You enjoyed this little fight here as I announce the scores. In the top we have Chad with 17 points. Position 2, Loki with 14 points, followed by Kessie on a 3rd position with 12 points. And all the way from 4th position down to 9th, we have, how many players is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players with 11 points. And then top 10 to top 12, we have 3 players with 10 points. So we do have some very strong players in the top. The people with 11 points, 6 players, that's Twigs, Fusion, Marshall, Horrors, Sabi, and Anubis. Our a little bit more unlucky players, however, at the bottom with 4 points are Dursnut, KM, Psycho, Matty, Lixner, Chud, and followed by some 5-point players. Goku Wannabe, Sedulous, 4 inches Delta, etc. And then we have everyone in between. So there is a gap in between. There's top player has 17, of course, that's the Victory Royale. I believe that was Mr. Grappler. And at the bottom we have a lot of people with 4 points. So everyone has at least some points. So it is possible for people to catch up, for sure. Absolutely. Actually, let me correct that. At the very bottom we do have people on 1 and 2 points. That was my mistake. I only counted the top 30 people there. So on the top 50 we have people with 1 point. So there are definitely some people in this game with 0 points. Versus sitting on a top 42 placement. And a couple of people with 1 point is Seripi, Shadow LG, Pumped by Calvin, and Mifsud. But the top players are looking very strong right now. We'll see after this game. It will determine on how people play for the third game. Basically, okay, we have a little fight here, so let's get back to the points in just a second here. Okay, so challenging this player is gonna be rough. He doesn't even want to wait. Oh, wait, goes for the double shotgun again. That was a repeat of what we saw earlier. Didn't even stop to get his shields up. He just went for it. And does a little BM with Take the Elder at the end. It's all about that psychological warfare, right? And another one. Anyhow, as I was saying, after this game, we'll see on the points if someone is standing, if someone is very low on the scoreboard. Let's say 5 points, maybe even 0. That's when things starts getting interesting. That's when people may start changing their POIs to one with a lot of players and just try to snowball for as many kills and points as possible. Because let's say if someone has 30 points, you won't really make it up there to the top of the scoreboards if you don't rack up a lot of kills in the process. So this is a good rotation by both players. You can see right here on screen. They don't really decide to shoot each other. Instead, they know that rotating is better. He might actually push this guy or build a base on top of his. Nope. Okay, so they decide to be somewhat friendly to each other, both going for the long con. So we can see in this part of the game, there's a lot of camping going on. Some people have already racked up a couple of kills. But as we reach the top 30s here, points start to matter even more. After 30th, you start getting 1 point per every 5 player who dies. So that means that if you're top 30, you get 4 points. But if you get top 25, that's an additional point. And then top 20, that's also an additional point. So this is where points start to matter a lot in accordance with placement. Oh, that's a rough spot to be in. He's still rotating though. He's fine. He's completely fine. He has a lot of shields. Doing some clean, fast building up here. This player, however, will have it sort of rough making it up here, but maybe... Okay, yeah, he decides to sit on the side of the mountain. Somewhat of a mountain going on here. If he can spot the player on the south here, he will cause a ruckus. Waiting patiently here. See if he can land a shot. He only has a green tag, so it won't really be a 1 shot or a 2 shot even. Okay, so there are some people still rotating over there. Looks like he wants to go for some harass here, especially with a lot of AR ammunition. You might as well use it to start harassing people who are rotating. Might even get you a kill. The zone starts moving in a couple of seconds here. It is a very rough spot. It's up on a hill. And if people are southeast, if people are still southeast, they will have to use a launch pad, crash pads, because running into this zone will not be an option. I'm surprised to see that a lot of people get to run really freely. I guess they're afraid of snipes. There are ways to counter the snipes. You can build a double box even and stand in the furthest box behind you, if that makes sense, and have an extra box in front of you with a window and that will make you pretty much safe against any sniper. However, you can still get hit in the body or the legs, and that will just waste your heals, right? Verse getting another kill here. We're down to 34 people. Again, not much harassing going on. Verse with another kill on Hyper. He must be feeling pretty good right now. Matt clipped you, got a kill on point. Can't quite see who it was with the map up, but on Halins or Halens has marked the supply drop. We'll probably not go for it. There are players way closer to it, and as some of you may know, it's very tempting to go for a supply drop, but as soon as you go for it, a lot of players will just start spraying you. That's a long zone. If you see in the top right corner in the minimap, this is quite a distance to travel. We've already seen people starting using launch pads. Now you can make your way over there and use other people's launch pads, pretty much recycling them to make sure you don't have to use your own, as this player will probably do here. He has his own, also using it for bait. A lot of people recycling that launch pad. Now it's all about finding a position before every position in the new zone gets taken out. Does he decide to land on top of him? Yeah, so this is the player with 4 kills. I can't really remember who it was. Was this Anubis? No, I don't think this was Anubis. He used another skin, I believe. That was crash pad we heard, I believe. Gotta be careful for those crash pads. They're very useful to get into enemy boxes. When you're on a roll, you might just want to start pushing people. As we see right here, Burst just got another kill. So this player here has been very confident so far. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do here. I think he decided to give up on the fight. He doesn't really have a lot of mats left, about 550, 600. So he will have to go for a fight soon. He does have a lot of shields remaining, so he could go for a fight, try to get a kill. If it fails, he'll still be fine, but at this point he should probably get some more. So very aggressively now. He has a lot of ammo though, so he can harass once again. He decides to harass without using the shields. I could take another hit here, because then he can use 2 shield mini pots instead of using 1 for 12, which he actually just did. That's completely fine. He's gathering up. He has the good side of the circle, but turtling your way there with 600 mats is certainly possible. But he will probably try to go for some kills along the way, because those mats will not last you in the end game. Heard another launch pad yet. People are probably rotating the crash pad, as you saw. We'll probably just stay here now for a little while and then maybe launch pad and try to get the high ground. So if he launch pads as late as possible while looking for kills in the process, he can utilize his materials for high ground. Twig's getting a kill there on Lippy, and yep, as we saw, he's trying to go for the high ground here and landed in, serving a lot of damage into the zone. A lot of people going down now, which is to be expected with this low amount of people in endgame. Only 24 people remaining. The zone is making it really close. They will be looking for some more kills here. People have not yet established themselves. Very quiet here. Oh, that was a close one. That was a good spot. And now we have to rotate once again. He has to play right underneath him. Will he go for him or will he keep turning? Okay, he decides to go for the full... He goes up ahead and then decides to get the people who are in behind. Oh no, he hit down? No, he's still alive, he's still alive. No, okay, he eventually got taken down by Sivagas, I believe. So that was Xenops we were watching. Burst with another kill. Burst with another kill once again on Fussy. So we should be seeing Verse climb a lot. kill as well. Only 16 people remaining. The zone is getting smaller and smaller, and we have quite a way to travel. This is where people start getting very hard to match. It's time to find some kills. Manages to get some. Another one as well. Cassie going down, and all of a sudden, look at this. All on mats. Will he have time to pick up those? Nope, he did not have time to pick up those extra splashes for shield. This is a very scary. People stay up behind you now, and you didn't really have time to use the shield. A lot of kills going down. We're in the top 10. That was Evolution Wolf finished off. Play from VLE. Not quite sure who it was. That was Anubis, I believe, on the top. Oh, that's scary. He doesn't have any mats left. Managed to get 75 damage off before ultimately going down to KM. Anubis does have top. He does have his nade launcher and shotgun. He's looking real good on high ground. Not really on mats. In fact, he has 0 mats left. Not a lot of health either. So right now he's just going to be hunting. This is where he has to start dropping down and just like this. Go for the hunt, but he gets countered instead by Loki. We have Loki here with a grappler actually, who can just keep claiming the high ground over and over with the grappler. Has a shotgun as well. Some minis on his hands as well. Anonymous once again. That was, I think that's a 3rd Anonymous even. The final stats of whoever we spectated. Bit of a fuzzy image now, can't really see. I believe we may have run out of people to spectate. So we're jumping over to summarize these games.
All right, Martin, hello, welcome back.
Hello.
So, what can you tell us about that round? What did you see there?
First of all, I'm sweaty, just as many people are in that game. That was something to watch. Anubis is, I believe I've seen Anubis before, unless that's a an occurring name in Fortnite. But he has some skills. So does Chad, and we even saw. Oh, who was it? I think it was
Zenaps is the guy that you were
yes.
watching. Yes, Zenaps is him. Yeah.
Yeah, and also we did see someone. I think it was is his name Venex or something like that.
We got Fusion. We got Fusion. We got Zenabs over here. We got who else? We got Astro over here. We've got
Astro. Yeah, he was also on fire. So I expected people to be a little bit more careful this game. It turns out that people went a little bit more hard in this game. I mean, if you want to end up in that first position or even like top 5, there is a little bit of a score gap going from like 17 even down to I believe 0 or 1. So yeah, some players are bound to start Wing even in game 2, I guess, and it's only going to get crazier in game 3. That's what's fun.
Definitely. This is what I like about the guys over here. I mean, like, they're adventurous, you know. I mean, they do go all out, and the names that you mentioned are the names that we usually see at the top of the tables. You know, I mean, Astro, he's one of the guys who's picked up quite a bit over the past, let's say, couple of months. We started running these tournaments back in March with the lockdown series. So as soon as we started lockdown over here, we just wanted to give the guys something to do. And we've seen quite a development over the course of the past few months. But I have to admit, Anubis has always been there. He's very consistent. He's always at the top.
He's scary.
I mean, just a fun fact about that is that whenever there's a cash prize or something like that, he wins. I mean, almost without fail, he's at the top of the scoreboard. The minute that we have a trophy event where we're giving out a trophy, something happens to him. He just can't manage to grab himself or nab himself a trophy at the moment. There's him, then there's Chad, obviously, you know, Chad who's got the first round in. I was just looking up behind me, Keen from Exotic Esports over here took him out with a bit of a cool stealth move through it. I'm going to try to get a clip of that a little bit later.
That's what happened.
It's been very, very exciting round. Really looking forward to what's going to happen in the last one. All right, so before we get to the last one, we're going to give these kids a bit of a chance to submit the scores. Let's find out who ended up on top at the end of that one and who's in the first place of the leaderboard. Anything you'd like to add before we go on to a very, very short break?
No, not much, except that I'm very excited for the third game, and I feel it's going to be interesting for a spectator to have to jump around to so many fights. It's going to be a tough job. So big shout out to production, been killing it so far. It's
That's our Edward Kaki and Jen over here is doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, this is one of the first times that we've actually set it up as a proper broadcasting studio in here, and even the equipment that we're using, I've been told, is some kind of special stuff that we got. You know, it's one of the first times that it's been used, if I'm not mistaken, in an esports production. What is this, NJ? Locally. What is this thing that we're talking about? Yeah, we're using production switches instead of PCs over here. So it's a nice step in the right direction over here with the guys to see how things are going. I'm happy that we got the kids over here so that they can actually see it as well. Because this is, in the end of the day, what we're trying to do together with the AUM as well, by getting these guys to see exactly what goes on behind the scenes over here, to get them into the business as well. You know, I mean, like we said, right, you may not make it as a player, but even if you don't make it as a player, there's loads of jobs. I mean, look at you, content creation, casting. I mean, you got Engine down there working on the production side of things. We've got Keith, who's been working on the organization of it all, the graphic design, the marketing, and everything. It's you know, this is the thing which we're trying to show all the kids.
Just look at me. I started off as a pro player and I got washed up on the beach. I'm now 28 and now I'm a caster and content creator. So there you have it. There's possibilities all over esports.
You're considered old at the moment, right, in the industry, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I am, for sure.
I saw you describe yourself as a boomer as well. Something like,
absolutely.
No, dude, you're not a boomer, man. I'm a boomer.
Okay.
All right, so
both are.
we're gonna run off for a very, very quick break, guys. We're gonna get the scores of the second round in, then we're gonna set us up for the last one, and then we'll see what happens at the end of all of it. Before we head off, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to our sponsors and all the support that they're giving us. Starting off with AUM and what they're doing for this and the local esports ecosystem. Gaming Malta making massive moves at the moment. They just signed an extension with ESL for the Pro League for 2021. Coming up now in the end of the month, September, they've got the ESL Pro League Malta online tournament happening as well. So big stuff happening for our little island over here. I'm just really, really proud to say that we do live here and that they do make it so easy for us to basically form part of this ecosystem. It's just been fantastic. And finally, last but not least, I just want to thank Razer and New Tech Limited over here for even supplying us with some of the prizes that we got for the end of the tourney and everything. So yes, all right, we'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. All right, so just a quick break. We'll get those scores. We'll set up the third round for you. We'll jump back up onto a call with Martin, and we'll see to that last round. So signing out for now, and Jen, I'll leave it in your hands from here.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, for basically what is the final round of today. So moving into the final round, in the second round, we have a couple of a surprise person at the top. It was Wolf on 50 Hertz who came in first in the second round. We've got a second place finish from Loki, so that's a bit of consistency over there after a second place finish in the first round. Third place, we've got Matty. Fourth place, we're still waiting for the fourth place submission. We'll get that in shortly, hopefully. Fifth, too. So if anybody's listening, just please send that in right now. And then you got sixth, you've got Keen over here right behind me, who managed to take out, just before him there, he managed to take out Chad with a nice little stealth move over there. All right, so coming up in the third round, Martin, what are you expecting from this one?
I'm expecting not a lot of players alive by the fourth circle. I think there's going to be a lot of W keying going on now, and that's what I love to see, even in mid game. I think if someone spots someone with a grapple, for example, they're just going to start rushing that person. It's going to be hard to catch whoever has it, but yeah, if you see someone who may look weak to you, we're going to see so many pushes. I think it's only logical, since especially if people are below top 20 right now. Obviously, everyone doesn't really know their placement, but they have a rough idea of the placement based on the scores from the first game, and obviously they've calculated their own scores as well. So yeah, I believe we're going to see a lot of action this game, and end game might even look a bit empty at this point, but hey, we'll see.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, from what we can tell already is that there's a couple of people who seem to have given up. The lobby's just a little bit smaller in this one. All right, but looking forward to see what happens just the same, even with just a few less players in there. All right, things are just about to kick off. We're just waiting for the battle bus to take off and take these players to their drop points. All right, so we're going to head in game right now. Edward, all right, and we will join up with you at the end, and I'll give you an update on the scores throughout this round. Good luck to everybody, and a quick shout out to our sponsors, AUM, American University of Malta, and the GIT Esports Scholarship Program. Razer, brought over here by New Tech, and obviously our friends over at Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence, that make this all possible as well. All right, guys, so there's the battle bus. I'll see you guys, and I'll check in a little bit later.
Okay, let's take it off. It's match number 3. We have 57 people in the battle bus. I think it's supposed to be 70. I'm not quite sure. Maybe some people have decided to give up at the bottom there, or there may be some technical difficulties as we had in the beginning of the tournament, but we'll find out. It looks like we're missing 14 people. I will get word, however, if that is supposed to be the case or not. But for now, welcome back. I'm Martin Creek. You're watching American University of Malta presenting Level Academy Summer Series featuring Fortnite. And so far we've had 2 quite interesting games. We've seen a lot of action. We've seen some pro plays. We've seen people like Anubis, Chad. We saw Verse. We didn't see Verse in person, but we saw him take out a lot of people in the kill feed. But right now we are spectating someone I don't think we've spectated. Well, we have spectated this person before, but I'm not quite sure if this was the point, the POI. There might be a change POI here. This is a controller player. I believe we've been mainly watching PC players so far. Oh wait, oh that's clean. That's always a risky drop to make. If that was me, I would have fallen down. Oop, okay, Enrique goes down right off the bat. So we have 55 people left. I believe this was an anonymous player. Not quite sure who's playing on the anonymous. The previous person we watched, I believe he saw a llama on the side of a mountain. An actual llama doing a goat, doing some mountain goating over there, so that's very lucky. If you find those llamas early, you are in a very, very good spot. Looks like this person, however, will have late for himself. 55 players remaining. We won't be seeing any Storm Surge in this game, is my guess. Who knows, we might see it at the very end. In the last couple of games, and we only have 3 games for you guys today, this being, excuse me, the third one. You tend to have people playing either very aggressively, or if they have a lot of points already, they play very defensively, staying out of any trouble and watching out for those W's. So we'll see here. People are probably hyped up now though. It might be some nerves. If I was sitting on a top position now, I would be sort of scared. Who knows? Back when I used to play tournaments, I used to have nerves the first couple of games, and then it started clearing up, especially if you got confident. But you can't get too overconfident because, you know, there's always someone lurking around the corner in this game waiting to strike, as so happened with Chad in the previous game. So this point of view here, Catty Corner, we've had 2 people drop here every single game, and it looks like this player here is aware of the presence of someone else. Mr. Boy down there in the left hand side, you can see he got a kill. We only have 50 people left. There was someone running down there to the right. I'm not sure if he saw him. Maybe he missed him. He was running there. Here's the hunting rifle. Lixner taking down a kill. I didn't quite see who he got. There was another player as well. See, yeah, he is spotting him. Might wait until he gets close to those henchmen, or might not engage at all. Hold on a second. Are those people running next to each other? Was that 2 people running next to each other? I would like to stay on this point of view and see if he investigates this a little bit more, because that was interesting. Were those henchmen running up to him? I couldn't see because of the distance, but that looked a little bit fishy to me. Right here, right outside Misty Meadows. We know that there's someone else inside Misty Meadows, or at least was the previous game. Not quite sure right now. Boy with another kill on... Who is that? Chaos? So looks like we're playing it safe here, doing the outskirts of Misty. Staying out of harm's way. Upgrade on the shotgun there, quite nice. Loadout is looking quite good so far. Cedulus just got a kill there in the kill feed. We'll decide to make a move into Meadows here. Okay, are those people fighting in the lake? It seems so. Yep, so that there is someone inside Misty, and that is exactly where the other player was heading. So it's not a lake play, but this person has a lot of loot. He might not he's not expecting someone from behind him now. We'll see if he actually goes for the push. Goku wannabe with a kill in the bottom left corner there. You can see the kill feed if you pay attention to it. That's how you track whoever is left in the game. So if you... Ooh, a nice chest. If you want to keep track of your favorite player, keep an eye on the bottom left. We only have 44 players left now. As we sort of suspected, it was going to be a little bit more of a W fight. I don't think we had we didn't have a full lobby. Some people may have given up. Although I'm a firm believer that you should always play out the tournament, because that's how you improve, even if you are at the very bottom. Do not grief people, but use the possibility, however tilted you are, use the possibility you have to improve and get better for the next tournament. Whoever is outside Mist, they seem to be playing it safe. Okay, so he should have seen over there that someone had built up on the house, but he's still not really playing safe. Very confident in his play. Is this Anubis? I think I forgot what skin he was using. Oh! Okay, he's a potential. Nope, there is someone else as well. Oh wait, are those only henchmen fighting? Yeah, there are. A good warm-up right here. Those henchmen are insane. No, wait. This is Anubis, isn't it? Alright, remember, Anubis. Helmet and yellow-blue skin. Okay. The helmet. Goku wannabe with another kill. I believe he got one earlier as well. This is an insane loadout. Look at this. Looking at the playstyle, you know what? I'm just gonna decide this is Anubis. I think this is Anubis. Hanging around in Lazy Lake, which is quite a good POI. Oh, it's getting a supply drop. Wonder if you noticed. It's right on top of him. Very fortunate. A lot of loot to be had, but Lazy Lake is one of those spots where... Ooh, crash pads as well. Look at that. Oh, that's just getting better and better, and he has a supply drop as well. Lazy Lake being one of those areas where people usually rotate around. Well, not rotate around, rotate through. Get that extra brick, some extra materials, and maybe even scavenge some stuff that has not yet been picked up. Because there is a lot of loot here, and one player can only carry so much. As you can see, this player, who we assume is Anubis, has already left behind a lot of stuff. Keeps getting more and more loot. Wonder if he has noticed the supply drop yet, or if he's just really focused on going about his way. There was someone up there boxed up. Someone else here is playing the corner of the circle, where we saw a rift over there. What drift position was that? Let me take a look here. We unfortunately do not have the spectator mode available, so we cannot see the map in real time. There you go, we just got a little glimpse of the map, luckily. Lazy Lake is still going strong. There are 3 players here now. This is someone else. This is the person who was boxed up in the brick. Over there we have, I think it's Anubis in a fight, who we were watching earlier. Someone just died by a shotgun. Verse actually got taken down now. I think he got at least 3 points from this match, I think. I'm curious to see is the fight over? Was that the shotgun kill in the bottom left who got 3 gamer? I'm not sure. But Verse there with a very strong performance in game number 2. Falling on the short end here in game number 3, our last match for the game. Who is that bouncing around outside? Oh, he's going for it. Here's a W we were talking about, but he won't have it. He's going straight in. Countering right away. I think there's even a 3rd player here. Looks to be a 3rd player, yep. And the RPG is hit. Okay, so that means that... someone is still alive. And if you couldn't hear me before during all of the drastic fighting, you should be able to hear me now. So I'll be bringing you... I'm an analytical caster, but I'll be bringing you as best play-by-play as I possibly can to single-handedly cast this game. With production doing an awesome job so far, carrying me right here, giving me a lot of points of view. We have 8 players we're able to watch. Okay, so I think this is Anubis, so he's still alive. He has a very good loadout. There is someone left of him, someone behind him, and he's currently fighting someone. You see, you start noticing patterns in players. And this looks like Anubis when we were watching him earlier. In game number 2 when he went just crazy. But a player of this magnitude, it does not surprise me that he's going for more kills if he wants to end up on that top. It's an awkward angle to shoot from, but he went for it anyways. Sometimes you have to establish dominance. Oh, that was close. Trying to trade the opening here. When things calms down, I do have a score update for you guys as well. Let's just see this fight through here. This is quite interesting. It's always awkward to fight in these kind of high houses. Mats are running low. You will want to finish this as soon as possible, but you are within the circle and there's a lot of mats to be had around here. But he's very determined to find an angle with the RPG to try to get some damage done so he can start pushing for real. Now running above him. This opposing player is on the roof. Whoop, gotta watch out there. That's not his pyramid. Nax dying there in the kill feed. We're now at top 35. This is where you start getting 1 point per 5 players eliminated. Eliminated from the match. Oh, I believe that was a hit. That was a hit and a break. This is where he starts pushing hard. And ultimately gets Vampy. I think this is an anonymous player. If I'm looking at the bottom left, it's pretty hard to see. And there we have it. The L. Once again. Just as game number 2. A long fight, but in the end it did pay off. There's a lot of brick to be had here. He has a lot of mats, can keep building out. The final circle is looking to be in Lazy Lake with only 34 players remaining. When a circle ends like this in a city, you will see a lot of people boxing up, just replacing and grabbing as much area as they possibly can. Now it's all about grabbing houses, like the player in front of you there. Tries to go for more pushing. He has the perfect arsenal in his inventory to go for those additional kills. A little score update here as we have Anubis, or whoever this is, chasing people down. On number 1 overall, we have Loki with 27 points. Second, we have Wolf, who won the second game. He has 26 points, so very close. Chad, our winner of game number 1, is on a third place with 25 points. Anubis, a veteran in these kind of games, are on a 4th place with 21 points, so a slight difference there in points. So if this is Anubis we're watching, it makes sense that he's rushing for kills to claim those to claim that top spot. Fuzzy in the bottom left with a kill as well. 33 players remaining. A lot of loot here for whoever watching here. And going down, Verse, who we saw have a really strong game in the second game, has 18 points. I believe he got at least 3 points this game, so that should put him on a 21. Not enough for a top 5, but maybe enough for a top 10. Posh Protege. I've pronounced that name before, but this time I just couldn't. It's the Swedish in me, guys. Taking a kill, getting a kill there as well. The game's about to start getting hectic. In 45 seconds, we have the circle finalizing to the its latest standings. This is a bit crazy. This is the second supply drop Anubis got right on top of him. Oh man, I'm probably butchering this. That might not even be Anubis, but I'm somewhat certain that it is. I'm pretty certain. However, Kessie has wait. Let's go. 5th position is Astro. So VLD, Valid Unit, 3 of their players have top 5 right now. Very interesting. Astro with 20 points. 6th position is Kessie with 20. As I said, Verse with 18 points on 7th position. 8th position is Matt Clipped You with 18 points. And Matty on 9th with 18 points. And Marshall also 18 points on top 10. This is Chad. So this is Chad we're watching here. Just grabbed his first kill in this game. He was sitting on 25 points on the last game, so this should put him on, let's see, 25 people left, so he's probably gonna get 4, so this is 6 points if he survives one more, if he gets the second placement bracket here, which is only surviving one more, but he could meet his end here. Looks like he's fine. He has a lot of shields for him, so Chad is still in the game. There we go, so now he has 6 extra points, so this should put Chad on 31 points, I believe. So he's definitely up there. Can still go for that top position. But that's assuming that Loki and Wolf and Anubis are not pushing for a lot of kills. And we know, well, we assume that Anubis is pushing for a bunch of kills. It's also worth pointing out that placement 7 and number 10, 7 to 10, all 4 have 18 points, so they are also still in the game, assuming that they're picking up a lot of kills. This being a little bit smaller lobby than the previous 2 games means that there are less kills to be claimed as well. I believe we had 14 less people this game. Oh, there's some shiny loot in there. But is it a trap? Always scary when it's not your walls. One crash pad in this arsenal. Was this Chad? Pretty sure this was Chad right here. Posh Prodigy with another kill on Brit. Is it Brit and Nix? Or Brit? I'm gonna call him Brit. Or some gas nades there harassing whoever's in that box. Will want to use that as he has a lot of other loot next to him that he can use. This here should be Chad that we're watching, I think. Making use of those gas grenades before picking up his final loadout. Staying on a low ground. There's another supply drop. I believe we had like 3 supply drops now in this zone. Well, in Lazy Lake. The circle remains in Lazy Lake. Whoever's on the top building there has the clear advantage. 24 players remaining. 6 crash pads in this player's arsenal along with an RPG. Should be fairly easy to grab high ground, but may want to play it safe here. If this is indeed... Wait, this is not Chad. Never mind. This is not Chad. Chad had 1 kill, I remember that. But if this player is playing this slow, that means that he wants a lot of points from placement, and it also should mean that he is one of the players on the top. So this could be... Oh, who could it be? Could it be Wolf? Loki maybe? Double harass going off here from 2 players as someone is trying to push into the zone. There's a launch pad on the ground there as well, trying to prevent this player from actually grabbing that launch pad. But he's going to pick it up now from the side of his building, I believe. Has maybe not yet noticed it. Now it's starting to look like a creative Zone Wars fight here. Depending on where the circle goes now, if the circle decides to go north, it's going to be a rough time navigating through the building. Whoever's out there still has a rough time. I believe he does have a launch pad now, so might want to climb up a little bit and then use the launch pad as the circle moves away. He does ultimately get taken down by Anonymous. And we now have 21 players alive. A bit more than I expected. Will he run out and grab him? Well, he grabbed enough. The circle is indeed moving northwest. So this is where planning becomes key. If you have the top floor, if you have the high ground here and maybe a crash pad or even a launch pad, you can just wait, you can build your way over while trying to collect some kills and then ultimately crash padding to a good position. But this is usually where you start to see the launch pads, as we're seeing here. Marshall getting a kill in the bottom left corner. Landing beautifully here and can keep turtling to the zone. Oh, that's scary. He used a crash pad and got taken very, very low. That base only standing on 1. Starts being very crazy. Denix dying to the storm. Navigating through that house is very rough at this point. Oh, that's beautiful. Misha just got taken down. Will decide to launch again. That player, Misha, actually had 2 launch pads, I believe, unless I'm wrong. Maybe 3. He still has 2 in his arsenal, so now he can just keep building, boxing up, maybe even going for high ground as he harasses people who has to rotate. Oh! Will he go for it? Might be risky. Tries to launch pad into the box, a play that we've seen with the recent meta. It's become very, very popular. Launch pad in again, bouncing up and down on his own, crash pad. Things are about to get very, very hectic. 15 player remaining. He will want to try to go for a launch pad here, and are you playing high ground? He's going for high ground, but very far away. Also regaining a lot of materials, landing on someone who died outside in the storm there. Foss is still alive, gained a kill by shotgunning. Mifsud also getting a kill on Can't quite see who that is in the bottom left. We have 11 players left here. Chad getting a kill, so Chad is still alive. Chad could very well win this. This is a rough spot to be in. Can't take any more storm damage now. That's a perfect one. Gets the leech. A lot of good health. That's even the grappler. That's a grappler. But what will it cost him? The extra time to pick up the grappler may have punished him, but he's still in the same spot here. He has 4 launch pads, none of which he will have to use. Oh no! He didn't on the floor. Tough spot now. There was 2 people rushing in him and got taken down ultimately. Only 6 players to go. The circle is getting smaller and smaller. 4 kills here, enough mats to... Okay, so this guy is just a monster. Now he has the grappler, he has full legendary loadout, only 1 flash pad left though. We'll probably go for a bunch of kills here as he can. He has 500 mats left, has the grappler, so he could grab the high ground. Does a beautiful play to get the high ground, lands a kill as well, has now claimed high ground, already has the grappler, so he's by no means in any danger unless someone has an RPG and shoots him down. Only 3 players remaining now. Goes for a combo, knocking him out in the storm. That player is probably done for. And also goes down. Can't really see who it was. It's now a 1 versus 1. In the water. We got a build fight going. Beautiful editing and building there. Fighting off at the end. At the ground. Tries to knock him out. No mats remaining. And he ultimately won. That was beautifully played. Beautifully played by him. We kept watching this guy through the entire game. I'm still not quite sure who it was. But it wasn't Anubis, right? Was it Anubis? I'm really not sure. 8 eliminations. Will this be enough to take the top?
All right, everybody, and welcome back. And that was a pretty hectic 3rd round. Martin, what do you think?
That was very, very hectic. And the people we followed throughout the game just ended up with so many kills. That was very, very hectic. And we didn't even have a full lobby either. So I thought it was going to be a bit more action. We had a lot of more action, but we also had those people on the top positions who decided to keep pushing, to pretty much gamble to get the to bring home the crown. I'm not quite sure who that last player was. Was it Anubis?
That was Synapse.
It was Synapse? Okay.
Yep.
Very, very good. Okay.
He's also another frequent person up at the top. He's also another person who joined the Fortnite training program with Area Academy and Level Academy as well. Also one of the first people to ever actually enter the doors of Level Academy over here for one of the first courses that we ran over there. All right, so some nice action, some good action over there. I am going to go for a little quick break so that we can get all the scores put together. But I'd like everyone to just hang on because we should be back in about 5 or 6 minutes as soon as we get all the scores in. All right, we're just waiting for everybody to submit right now so that we can get them calculated and come up to you with a final leaderboard before we bid you all farewell and say good night and we leave. In the meantime, guys, I just want to say thank you once again to our sponsors. So AUM, the American University of Malta, and their Esports Scholarship Program. To Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence, for making this all possible. And also Razer, who are distributed over here by New Tech Limited. Thank you very much to all of those guys. All right, guys. So, Martin, quick break. All right, we'll be back with the final scores and the final leaderboard. Okay, a quick note, a quick bye-bye, and then we'll see what's happened next. All right, so Edward, over to you. We'll see you back.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Set my heart on Jack it up. Jack it up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And thank you for waiting over there. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so we just have a couple of things which we are trying to confirm at the moment. However, what I can say is that we do have a tentative leaderboard. There are a couple of things that we are going to be investigating, as there usually is after a game like this. So before we actually get to the scoreboards and we have a quick look, Martin, a bit of an overview of what happened today, what you saw, what can you tell us about the whole thing?
Well, first of all, I'm very pleasantly surprised to see the skill of these players. You can tell that some of them came in very, very confident, and I expected people to be a bit nervous. Maybe they were, but a lot of the players who ended up on top, they stay composed, at least when we were spectating them. Some people had some nerves and didn't really go through with fights, but as soon as we got to like game number 2 and game number 3, the speed really started picking up and people were going for those kills. People stayed composed, and it was just a crazy amount of action throughout game number 2 and game number 3, especially with an awesome finish by Synapse at the very end game there.
All right, cool. All right, so Edward, have we got the leaderboards? Yes, we do. All right, so up here we will be sending, we're going to be putting it up. Have we got them? All right, they're up. So we've got the leaderboards up right now. Would you like to walk us through it, please? Martin,
Okay.
what have we got up at the top? And
well, yeah, so let's start at the top then. We have Synapse, who actually won game number 3, which we saw with an awesome with some awesome shockwave pushback at the end there. I think he knocked out 2 people and had 8 eliminations.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
8 eliminations at the end of that game, so he was just going crazy throughout the entire game, and it paid off because he he only came out on top with 4 points above Chad, which is on our second position. Chad also had some very strong games, 36 points total. Anubis on a third spot, who was also playing incredibly well on game number 2, who I got very, very surprised to see, like very, very nice edit management and just very composed and insane mechanical skill. On fourth place, we have Matt Clipped You with 31 points, just same as Anubis. Loki as well with 31 points on a fifth spot. Wolf 29 points on position number 6, and then Loki's and Chad's teammate Astro with 28 points on seventh spot, and 8th spot Kessie with 28 spots as well. 9th, we have Fusion, another team member of Astro, Loki, and Chad with 26 points. And lastly, we have Matty with 25 points. And that's it.
That's it. Okay, so that's your top 10 for the evening, guys. The full leaderboards will be distributed a little bit later through social media. All right, we'll be putting them up a little bit later through the night. We've got all the results in now. I mean, we can keep going. We've also have up until the 54th place is what we managed to get in here. So just a quick mention to those guys that just missed out on the top 10, where we have Marshall in 11th. We got Fuzzy in 12th. Horrors in 13th. He's a new name who I haven't really seen around before. CBA Verse is also a new participant. So it's good to see some of the new ones over here up at the top as well. The fact that we've got our regulars, we got Xenops, we got Chad Anubis over there at the top, but I'm seeing some other people who we haven't even seen before in local competition ever actually featuring on the leaderboard. So it's quite interesting that we've got that. Well done to Zabi as well. All right, came in a very respectable 15th, and then Goku Wannabe, Mifsudo, and then trailing, and then Twig down to the 19th, 20th places over there. Sheldonators in there as well. All right, so big shout out to them too. All right, so I think, well, from here, what it is just a major congratulations to the boys over here. Well done to Xenops, well done to Anubis, and well done to Chad, who are just three gentlemen who are just sitting right across over here. All right, so well done to you guys. All right, they're the guys that will be going home with a bit of a share of the prize money, the 200 euros. So first place, Xenops with 125 euros. Second place is Chad with 50 euros. And you got Anubis in third with 25. I'd just like to remind everybody that the AUM scholarship that we spoke about earlier is available to anybody who actually has taken part in this tournament, as long as you do satisfy the eligibility criteria. There are the terms and conditions that we have listed as well through the adverts on the website, but you can check them out at www.aum.edu.mt/esports. So yeah, go and check them out. There's some exciting opportunities that are available for people over here. And besides that, I think that's a wrap for tonight. Big thank you from my end to you, Martin. You've done a wonderful job. It's really nice to see that level of professionalism being run on these local tournaments over here.
Thank you for having me.
It's really been brilliant. We'll definitely have you back. I want to shout a big shout out and a big thank you over there to NGen, to Edward Kakia for making all of this possible with regards to the stream. The boys over here who joined us for the stream and for taking part over here from the academy. It's always a pleasure having them over there. And finally, from me, shout out to the sponsors, basically. So yes, AUM, American University of Malta, and their esports scholarship program. Fantastic initiative. Can't wait to see what's going to happen with that. We've got Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence, that without their support, none of this would actually be possible. And then we've got NewTech, who are the local distributors of Razer. So for me, Kevin Spiteri, one of the co-founders of Level Academy, I think that is it. All right, I'd like to thank the other members of staff that made this possible. So Keith, Graham, and everyone else. Martin, some final words from you. Anything which you'd like to say to the players over here, the viewers?
Well, thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you guys for having me. It's been a blast to watch these players. Some of them, well, a lot of them actually are really, really good. It's been a pleasure to watch them. Keep grinding, keep getting better. Don't let a bad tournament get you down. Instead, learn from it, walk through your replays, become better, and yeah, just keep grinding.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, shout out from here. All right, guys, thank you very, very much for joining us today. We will be back next week with some more Fortnite action. We've also got another nice little surprise for a bit of a special tournament that'll be happening today week on Friday. but we are back with Fortnite on Thursday to tie up the trios. Next week, we've got the last edition of our trios. It'll be the 6th one in a series of 6. So we get the final leaderboards from that, and then we're back with solos the week after for another few weeks until we round off the summer series and bring that to a close before we start off something special, which we haven't got a name for. But hey, we've had the lockdown series, we had the summer series. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's just hope we don't go into another lockdown. We have a repeat of that. All right. So, Martin, check it out from here. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Goodbye, everybody. All right. From here at Level Academy and AUM. And yeah, hope to see you back on the stream next week. Take care, guys.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette.